Swisher blunts and I ain't never coming down. Bitch, you ain't no Barbie. I see you work at Arby's. Never too super silent. Hurry up, I'm starving. Gnarly, radical. On the block, I'm magical. See me at your college campus, baggy full of Adderalls. Call me if you need a fix. Call me if you need a boost. See them other chicken heads, they don't ever leave the coop. I'm in the coop cruising. I got the stolen plates, serving all the fiends over there by the Golden Gate. Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis. Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. The basic bitches wear that shit, so I don't even bother. Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. The basic bitches wear that shit, so I don't even bother. I put that on my partner, I put that on my family. Oakland City represent, address me as your majesty. Yeah, you can kiss a ring, but you can never touch the crown. I smoke a million Swisher blunts and I ain't never coming down.
Do you agree that there's no such thing as racism, sexism, homophobism, Islamophobism, deadbeat dadism, white supremacism, and all the other isms? Destiny, that's a woman's name. You were raised by your daddy and mama. That makes you half man and half woman. You are a beta. You're not a real man, beta. I just have one question for ya, beta. There's just one thing I want to know. Destiny, do you love all people? Do you really love the blacks? Destiny, do you love black people? Why can't you just answer the question? Destiny, do you love all people?
Systems, the company store, the paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers scum. They're on giant death factories keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy weird sick stuff sleeps in the same room with that creepy weirdo woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur.
Literal vampire pot and the goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go.
We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak. Yeah, you effin' with some wet ass P word. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass P word. Give me everything you've got for this wet ass P word. Beat it up, N word, catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. Put this P word right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top, I wanna ride. I do a kegel while it's inside. Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. This P word is wet, come take a dive. And continue along these lines. And it gets significantly more vulgar. Like, a lot more vulgar.
I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. I'll do it. I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like sizing up? I'm gonna haul him up, back chain. Chop his ass up, size it up. I'm gonna haul him up, back chain. Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast, and I'll tell them, well, I killed a cow out back, baby. You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. That's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm gonna get my hands around your throat.
What rolls downstairs, owner in pairs, rolls over your neighbor's dog? What's great for a snack and fits on your back? It's long, long, long. It's long, long. It's big, it's heavy, it's wood. It's long, long. It's better than bad, it's good. Everyone wants a long. You're gonna love it long. Come on and get your long. Everyone needs a long.
Log from Blammo.
It's another B-Roll broadcast. Let's go. How's it going, chat? How you doing? Yo, it is Friday. Yeah, baby. I'm excited. You excited? We got all sorts of crazy content lined up for today. All sorts of wacky news, both in Canada and America. So you know it's going to be a good stream with fire content, lots of interesting discussion. And if we ever run out, there's Alex Jones, everybody. Hey, Matt, how are you doing today? I hope you caffeinated. Hope you're feeling good. So much stuff to catch up on. I even got into my first Twitter beef, everybody. Golly gee. Yo, Tetscat Lepoche, how you doing? How's it going, Saren? Yo, it's nice to wish you all a good day. There is always something worth reflecting on, and it's the time of the day. It has such an effect on our mood, on what we're doing, where we are, and I find as I get older, man, time is just moving faster, and it's helpful to think like, it's the middle of the day. I'm winding down for the night. Or it's the motherfucking morning, let's get hype, bro. Okay, but yeah, how's it going? How's it going? We got ourselves all sorts of crazy good content, and of course, we starting off with the big, the main, the big cheese. I don't know, the hot slab of pepperoni. I don't know what you call good news. We're gonna talk about how Trump wanted to trade Puerto Rico for Greenland. You've never been a morning person, Saren? It took me, I had to like make myself into a morning person. I used to be up till like 3 in the morning gaming and whatever, and eventually I just had to be like, no, that's not how bodies can work. And once I learned about how sunlight has such a crazy effect on how awake you feel, how tired you feel throughout the day, what your like rhythm is, your circadian rhythm, I started to tune myself to only wake up to sunlight, and I've had mixed results. Okay, hey, actually, from what I understand, there's actually a variety. Like, I don't think, like, there are morning people and there are evening people. I just had to discover for myself that I'm a morning person. I sundown, I'm like useless at night and like really boring and dumb. But in the morning, I'm like, yeah, it's a bright new day full of possibilities. I don't feel bad yet. So I'm just gonna cling on to that as hard as I can for as long as possible. But hey, we're not here to talk about sunlight. Although sunlight is the best disinfectant. We're gonna be checking out some news. Both America and Canada is going kind of crazy. There's some really great shit from Canada. The National Observer, one of our biggest publications, did this op-ed. I was roaring laughing, and they're calling out Pierre Poilievre, and the title of it was, "Who the hell calls a press conference not to answer any questions?" It's awesome. It was such a good read. I want to dig into it even more, see if there's any live clips of Pierre Poilievre getting shouted at by a reporter. And it sounds really good. It sounds like awesome Canadian journalism, like punching a politician in the face and saying, yo, answer my question. You love to see it. You love to see it. Hard-hitting journalism is the best. Yeah, I actually have like a whole setup that I gotta fix, which is my home assistant running on my Raspberry Pi. It's kind of down at the moment. So I actually technically have a bunch of Hue lights that I've just like let them go to pot. And I was hanging out downtown killing time, and at the local like anti-capitalist vegan student-run co-op, which is really based. It's called oh, am I gonna forget the name? It's something Velt. La Maison Verte, maybe? I can't remember. It'll come back to me. Anyways, they had a sunlight there for students to use, and it was like, yeah, please use me if you're feeling like you ain't getting the sunlight. Come sit in this comfy chair, free of charge. Sit and bathe in this little light. And I know, like, during the winter months, that's what I'm gonna be checking out. But yeah, let's get into the news. I got all sorts of crazy nonsense lined up, and yeah, I also got into a Twitter beef over the Keffels thing. Critical Canadian, Twitter, another streamer, seems similar to me in that he's Canadian and streams and is a white dude, I guess. But damn, he had some bad takes. He had some real bad takes. So if we're looking for a laugh, we can go check that out. I was getting a little heated because it was like victim blaming Keffels essentially, and I didn't appreciate that very much. It seemed really lowbrow. So if we're starving for content, we'll check into that. But it's pretty petty stuff. It's Twitter. I mean, what do you it's the bad place. It's the bird app. Like, we don't go there for, you know, wholesome discussion. But streaming, man, we can have all sorts of lovely conversations here. So let's get into it. Let's check out the first news story. And yeah, I'm popping off on Twitter if you want to share that tweet as soon as I actually put it out. I just want to get to the first story first. Although if I forget, I'm probably going to forget. This is so good. This is so good. Oh man, you love to see it. You love to see it. We truly did not understand how blessed we were to have Trump on Twitter. Honestly. That headline is so good. Remember when he was shooting the paper towels at the Puerto Ricans after after what, the hurricane came through? Hurricane Katrina? Or no, not Katrina. Oh god, I can't remember. It was a big devastating thing, and he's like, here, have some paper towels. Now he's like trying. I mean, who wouldn't want green? It's green. And everybody knows money is green. So yeah, I don't know, Saren. Seems kind of smart to me. Seems like a good trade. Puerto Rico or Greenland? Cash money. Land. I check home prices. Land keeps going up in value. And green still means money. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was right. It's awesome. It's so good. It's so next level. Sometimes I have a hard time keeping up with the creativity of these people, of these ghouls. New details about Trump's alleged desire to have the U.S. acquire Greenland while in office. According to a forthcoming book, President at one point even suggested to aides that the U.S. could trade Puerto Rico for it. The claim is one of many sensational moments found in the new book, The Divider, Trump in the White House 2017 to 2021, which debuts next Tuesday. Okay, so Tuesday's gonna be a big stream, I guess, because more and more people will be mining this for content, you know, besides news organizations with advanced copies. In the book, journalists Peter Baker and Susan Glasser write that Trump's interest in buying Greenland stemmed from Estee Lauder cosmetic heir Renaud Lauder, who, quote, discussed it with him from the early days of the presidency and offered himself as a back channel to the Danish government to negotiate. So some rich guy. Some cosmetics heir. I mean, it doesn't get any more Ponzi than that, does it? I'm rich because of cosmetics. And not even because, like, you were a business person and, like, sold it. Just because, like, your daddy or your mommy was a business. Like, come on. It's so lame. Who's Ronald Lauder? Oh, God, look at him. Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't trust that man's eyebrows. They're sinister. Those are some sinister eyebrows if I've ever seen them. His tie's done right up. And he's got the hanging mangina. Not a good look. Not a good look, Sweaty. According to the book, former National Security Advisor John Bolton even had his aide, Fiona Hill, quote, assemble a small team to brainstorm ideas. They engaged in secret talks with Denmark's ambassador. Oh, this is more than just talk. This is more. Denmark's like, we can finally get rid of Greenland. This might work out. I'm not against it. Let's at least find out what America wants. Maybe this could be good for us. That's awesome, honestly. I think that's incredible. Who wouldn't want to sell off Greenland? It's just ice. And all the ice is melting, so soon, you better... It's a depreciating asset, everybody. Greenland is getting smaller by the day. If you don't sell that land now, there's less of it to sell tomorrow. From an excerpt of the book, published by the New York Times, quote, he suggested taking federal money from Puerto Rico, which he disparaged, and using it to buy Greenland. On another occasion, he suggested outright trading Puerto Rico for Greenland. Nice. Nice. That's so good. That's Chad. That's Chad. She's gonna be like, hey everybody, there's a new state. While aides told Baker that the idea was the brainchild of Lauder, Trump at other times claimed the idea to purchase Greenland as his own, telling the journalist he spotted the island on a map and asked, why don't we have that? Oh man, this is way funnier than I thought it would be. This is honestly so fucking funny. I love maps. And I always said, look at the size of this. It's massive. That should be part of the United States. Wow. My man do be loving maps, am I right? Oh god, can we revisit? Can we revisit this moment? Please. Please. Please show me the clip. Ah, this isn't the... That might not be the clip, or it's just loading. I want to go back to the time when Trump just added a Sharpie. Remember that arc? The black outline area on this very outdated NHC Atlantic Dorian graphic that Trump just used in his update was added and not a part of the official forecast. You remember this? Oh, where's the video where he defends it? I really want to find that. Trump, Sharpie, map, like Florida or whatever. What was it? It was so good. So good. Honestly, historians are gonna be having a great time. They're gonna be having like so much fun going through this. There's gonna be like 13-year-olds in the future saying, no, but really, this isn't real life. It's disinformation. They made it up, right? Surely. Oh man. Oh god. Oh America.
See that, Kevin?
Okay, let me roll it back.
It was going to.
Every word's golden.
We
Honestly, whenever I watch something, I try to think of it in terms of like a writer. Like, how could I do a scene? How could I write a scene this good? I honestly could never. I could never write something this beautiful.
Give you a update on the hurricane. We got lucky in Florida, very, very lucky indeed.
Lucky everybody.
We had actually, our original chart was that it was going to be hitting Florida directly. Maybe I could just see that, Kevin. It was going to be hitting directly, and that would have affected a lot of other states. But that was the original chart, and you see it was going to hit not only Florida but Georgia. Could have was going toward the Gulf. That was what was originally projected, and it took a right turn.
It took a right turn, everybody. It's clearly going left.
Hopefully, we're going to be lucky.
And by left, I mean west.
It depends on what happens with South Carolina and North Carolina.
Oh my God. Oh man, I can't get over it. It's so bad. It's good. Oh jeez, golly jeez. Oh man. And then there is Sharpie Gate. Oh yeah. Remember this meme? This arc? Awesome. So good. So good. This was, I think, my favorite one. Oh god damn, revisiting ancient memes. Literally like an archaeologist. We're doing internet archaeology, everybody, going back like 2 years to when Trump originally disclosed his love for maps and drawing Sharpies on them. Okay, Trump's interest was widely reported in 2019, with some suggesting that Trump's interest stemmed from the fact that the island is resource-rich, with stores of coal and uranium, and offers geopolitical advantages thanks to the positioning between the US and Russia, and in the Arctic where China has set its sights. It's just something we talked about, Trump told reporters in August 2019. Denmark essentially owns it. We're very good allies with Denmark. We protect Denmark like we protect large portions of the world. So the concept came up and I said, certainly, strategically, it's interesting and we'd be interested. But we'll talk to them a little bit. It's not number one on the burner, I can tell you that, you know. My man just like wants to trade states like they're chips in poker. Like they're Pokemon cards. Of course, Greenland is not for sale, the island's government said in a statement at the time, according to the Associated Press, noting diplomatically, quote, "We see it as an expression of greater interest in investing in our country and the possibilities we offer." Denmark's Prime Minister, meanwhile, called the notion absurd. So why'd they send their ambassador? Did they send their ambassador to okay, but find out. See what this is really about. Is he serious? Trump's relation with Puerto Rico, meanwhile, was much maligned after a delayed response, right, and seemingly lack of empathy. Can we revisit that time he shot paper towels at them? I'm sure there is like a really short clip. Okay, so that main story's over. Stream done. Absolutely incredible. I can't get over it. I hope there's more about this. But I don't know. It was a bit of a slapdash morning, let's say. I got all sorts of other content, but it might not be directly related. I definitely want to check the Pierre Poilievre stuff, which, man, such a good article. But let's just keep on the Trump train for a little bit, and then we'll move on from there. We got some crazy Marjorie Taylor Greene coverage. Apparently she kicked a gun control advocate. So the political violence is real, everybody. The politicians are getting into it. Kick a lib. You know, the libs say punch a Nazi. The right wing says kick a lib, apparently. Trump threatens big problems for U.S. if he's indicted in stolen documents scandal. Mr. Trump warned... Wait, what happened to the music? That was weird. Mr. Trump warned that the U.S. would have big problems if he were to be charged with any crimes. This is a nice country you got there. Be a shame if anything bad happens to it, huh? Yeah? Oh, man, the music is tripping. My bet is that there's a bunch of clips playing in the background that I don't know about. Yeah, sure enough. One of the hardest parts of streaming is lining up content, and there's so many like ads, autoplays, banners, cookie things, like things you gotta mute that like you legit have to like spend solid time in the morning just, all right, okay, internet. I see how it is today. I see how you're doing. Okay, that should fix the music. Trump threatens big problems. Trump on Thursday hinted that his supporters could engage in a protracted campaign of violence if he were to be indicted for any crimes discovered in the myriad criminal investigations into his conduct. Okay then. Can we listen to him on the Hugh Hewitt show? Let's see if this is listenable. My professor made an interesting point about how we're becoming an oral society again, because of how much we take in information not by reading books or what have you, but by listening. I'm really thinking about that a lot as I'm becoming a bloody live streamer who's talking nonstop. Okay, so we might not have the audio clip, but we do have the scoop, which is Mr. Trump said an indictment would not deter him from running for president because he would have, quote, no prohibition against running. But I think if it happened, I think he'd have problems in this country, the likes of which perhaps we've never seen before. I don't think the people of the U.S. would stand for it, he added. Asked what kinds of problems he was predicting if he were to be charged with the crime, Mr. Trump added ominously, quote, I think you'd have big problems. Big problems. I'm sure he made that hand gesture. I just don't think they, i.e. his supporters, would stand for it. They will not. They will not sit still and stand for this ultimate of hoaxes. Yikes, everybody. That is, that's a yikes for me, dog. Mr. Trump added that he was, quote, totally innocent. And when he was asked how he'd respond to accusations that his comments would stoke violence, you know, the thing that everybody's criticizing him for, he replied, quote, I'm just saying what my opinion is. I don't think the people of this country would stand for it. Yeah, mob speak. Dang, how is this guy still walking free? It is wild. Oh, I didn't blast off. Oh, geez. Oh, no. Oh, geez. Oh, no. One of the most important parts to being a successful live streamer, besides having a regular schedule when people know you're going to be live, is actually advertising that you're cool and based and things are happening. Jesus. Although I've always like wondered about whether I should use hashtags like Trump was right because it's got high engagement. And I'm just like, yeah, man, let's just bring in the chuds. Let's do it. Let's just lean into how the internet is supposed to work. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. So I guess here's the tweet. Please share that shit out. Retweet. Help the little baby streamer. And I think once I get my new computer set up, the MacBook set up, I'm hoping. Oh no, we got a live one in the chat, everybody. Saren's Pro Trump. Get him. I really want to get Rich Food for Poor Folk running again, even though it wasn't like the craziest. Yeah, I don't know, man. Just seems kind of Oh yeah, share out the tweet. Yeah, that thing. I actually have to give you a link. No, I'm not a Trumpist. It's too late. It's too late. You'll never beat the allegations now. Okay, so I am Pepegi, obviously very tired. I went for some really good ramen last night, and it cost me $40, and I was like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done it. It was so good. All right, so that's the tweet. Go follow me if you don't already. Retweet it if your audience would be interested, and let's move on to the next part of the show. So, like I said, Marjorie Taylor Greene straight up just kicking a gun control advocate. So when Trump is sort of putting out that message of, hey, you know, people aren't going to be too happy about it. People are listening and they're taking notes, and they're like, oh, okay. So that's what he wants. Gotcha. We should escalate. We should start bringing in the fire. So yeah, that's what we're going to take a closer look at. Let's see.
No, you're a coward is what you
How
are.
am I a coward? You're the one running away. You're the one running away.
No, gun rights protect people. That stops people from
Oh yeah, what does gun rights do for all the kids who keep getting shots in school? How am I a coward? Representative Green, please. Am I scared of guns?
You're scared of legal gun owners that want to protect their kids in school. Shame on you.
How? Shame on me?
Yeah, go move to another country where they take away your guns.
I want to live in a country where kids don't get shot. I want to live in a country where kids don't get shot. I don't think you like that.
Good. You know what?
So you like?
That way you can give up your Second Amendment rights.
So do you like living in a country where kids keep getting shot in school and dying?
We need
access to the sidewalk. Yeah. Aren't you the tourist guy?
You were not voting.
Yeah, you're the guy that said that the insurrection was just a group of tourists, right?
No, yes, you want to know how I'm voting?
Yeah, that was you. That was you. I recognize your face. So just to be clear, you have no gun violence. Oh, buddy.
The Second Amendment. How does the Second
You're the one.
Amendment?
You're the one that believes.
Yeah, mine as well. Like, the thing I've noticed that's happening, and it's happening to me too, when I'm like getting into an argument with someone, I'll be like, so you think that, you know, like that really sardonic, hypercritical thing. It's like, I'm not going to repeat what you said. I'm just going to take it to its next logical conclusion and then dunk on you for it. And we've gotten to a place where it's just that back and forth. And sometimes it's fine. Like, that's how you win an argument. But other times it's like, so you think this? Oh, so you think that? And it's like, oh God, you guys are off the rails. Nobody's even listening anymore. It's just insane gibberish. Whenever I see stuff like this, I really think about like chimpanzees in the jungle. And I think about like how ape-like we often are. And if you don't understand the language, like, let's just pretend for a moment you don't speak English, or they're speaking a language you might not recognize, just how much it will sound like chatter, like just that sound that comes out of nature of creatures socializing, of bickering, of arguing over nothing. And it's like, it's fascinating to watch because they're all in suit and ties.
You need insurrection. Step out of the way. You're blocking a member of Congress.
Get out of my way.
Blocking a member of Congress. You need to stay away. You can't block members of Congress. You literally cannot do that. We're literally unpaid.
I have a quick question. I was in Boulder during the Colorado shooting at the supermarket, where 10 people were murdered down the street.
You know what? I support people to protect themselves with their guns, okay?
Why did you say to the children that he's getting shot?
Murder is illegal. Murder is illegal. No, you know what?
Wait. I don't know if I agree with it. Is murder still illegal?
Americans have the right to go to the grocery store
Americans
without
should have
having
the right
the
to
fear to
protect
be
themselves.
murdered.
Americans should have the right to protect themselves. Gun-free zones is where people die. Gun-free zones is what...
Don't go into the gun-free zone! No! Stop! Like, I don't even know. Truly, the gun-free zones are where...
The grocery store.
Yeah, it was a gun-free zone. Gun-free zone. Look at that.
You know where there's no guns? Schools.
Grocery store. Was a Texas grocery store gun-free zone. It was not. It was not an innocent no.
Gun-free zones kill people. That is awesome. That's genuine. That's a new sentence that's never been said before.
Like I said, you guys should move to some country where you can have guns.
Okay, so you're telling me to move out of the country. That is your official position as a member of Congress.
Buffet of governments.
Okay,
this is like the real like Texas argument. Yeah, we made sexual assault illegal, so it should go away.
I just want to believe. But right here in America, we're going to defend our Second Amendment rights.
As a member of Congress is that I should move out of the country.
No, you have a free choice. Go somewhere else. We have the Second Amendment here. We love it. You know what? We will always protect our Second Amendment.
I should move out because I don't want kids getting shot in school.
I'm going to protect our Second Amendment. It's great.
Again, I'm not
you want to know why? Because I'll always defend myself. I'll defend my children. I'll defend my home, especially from people like you.
I don't really see where the kick was, though. I think this title was bait. Bait. Maybe because she's walking in front.
Aren't you the tourist guy?
Watch your feet.
Yeah, you're the guy that said that the insurrection was just a group of tourists, right?
No, yes, you want to know how I'm voting?
Yeah, that was you. That was you. I recognize your face.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks for hanging out. See you later. Have a lovely day.
Oh, buddy.
The Second Amendment. How does the Second Amendment prevent gun violence?
You're the one that believes that you need insurrection.
Oh, look,
there was a tourist.
Gun violence. The Second Amendment. How does the Second Amendment prevent gun violence?
Yeah, here it is.
You need insurrection. Step out of the way. You're blocking a member of Congress.
Excuse me.
You're blocking a member of Congress. You need to stay away.
She's just trying.
You can't block.
This is real. This is that Simpsons energy. Like, all right, Pi, I'm going to make this motion. Hum, 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 hum. And if you get in my way, that's your fault. Hum, hum. Oh, man. Oh, America. It is grown children. It's so bad. It's so good. Okay, let's move on to the next piece of content. Content, everybody. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, this was pretty crazy. If we're still on the Trump train, at least for the main story, I've been following pretty closely this wackadoodle judge, Judge Cannon, and she just made another extremely odd and suspicious ruling that people are like, I'm sorry, excuse me, do you not read? What is happening? There's a thread I'll pull up from Mueller She Wrote who breaks down just how insane it is. But let's just see if we can get a basic overview of the story.
For, thousands of years. The
This is
goal
actually live,
is to keep
and
warming.
they're talking about global warming. Man, I hate it when that happens. Can you... Federal judge rules in Trump.
Special master has been appointed to examine documents seized from former President Donald Trump's Florida home last month. U.S. District Judge Raymond Dearie was proposed by the Trump team and accepted by the Justice Department. Harry Littman joins us now. He is a former U.S. attorney and deputy assistant attorney general. He is also the host of the Talking Feds podcast. So let's just begin big picture. What's your take on the appointment of Dearie?
The appointment of Dearie is kind of uncontroversial if you're going to have a special master, which you do not need here. But to have someone go over attorney-client privilege, which is what special masters do, if it's going to be someone, he's excellent, has a good reputation, a little slow, which might matter here, but basically a very...
I think slow in terms of process.
A solid judge.
But here's the other aspect of it. Yes, he has to go over attorney-client privilege, but also executive privilege. We have been taught that executive privilege resides in the hands of the executive, and there's only one.
There's only one.
It's the guy in the White House. But clearly the judge did not agree.
That's right. We have one president at a time. He's waived. And moreover, the law is very clear here that even if there was a question, because it's a criminal investigation, it belongs to the...
Okay, somebody's... this is Conway, so take it with a grain of salt. George Conway, who's married to Elizabeth Conway. I think that's her name. Anyways, this is a harder, stronger take, and probably...
I don't know that it's going to be a huge setback in the long term, but it's going to delay them to some extent. I mean, this ruling is absolutely a disgrace, and I don't think it's going to take very much to overturn it. I mean, Bill Barr last week told the New York Times that the original motion by Donald Trump's lawyers was a crock of shit. A crock of shit. That's what he said to the New York Times. This opinion is worse than that, because this opinion focuses on a motion that decides a motion that is focused on just the documents that were marked classified. And the judge claims in this opinion, without any basis, that there are factual and legal disputes about those documents. Well, there are no factual disputes about whether a document bears classified markings. That's ridiculous. And there is no dispute that a document taken from the White House, stolen from the White House, that was prepared by government officials, national security officials, there's no dispute that those documents belong to the government of the United States. And there is even Trump's lawyers did not actually make the specific claim that these documents were somehow magically declassified by the brainwaves of Donald Trump. It just wasn't. And as your colleagues found, Jamie Gangle and others, 18 Trump administration officials laughed at the proposition that these documents were declassified. And it doesn't even matter whether these documents were declassified, because the charges at issue here don't deal with classification. They deal with national security interests. This opinion is absolutely atrocious. And I have to say, and I've never said this publicly about a federal judge in my life, you have to wonder whether this judge belongs on a federal bench.
She wasn't recommended by the American Bar Association. And if you want a closer, like a better idea of why this is a very odd ruling, about as sus as it gets, honestly. Like it was pretty sussy before. This thread was incredible. So this is from Mueller. She wrote. She's somebody who's followed, of course, the Mueller report from a while back really closely. She's pretty based. And so she often like sort of consolidates legal opinions and spits them out. She writes, in quite possibly the dumbest ruling I've ever read, Judge Cannon has denied the DOJ a motion to stay part of her ruling. Though I'm not surprised, I expected her to do this. So she's like, I'm not going to let part of what you asked for go through, you know. I think stay is like a noun here. Has denied the DOJ a motion to stay, as in to stop, part of her ruling. She opens by saying Deary should prioritize looking through the 100 classified documents at issue in the motion for a stay first. Look through them for what? Oh, the music might be loud. Whether these are still classified government docs or presidential records, they do not belong to Donald. She then gets the DOJ argument completely wrong. Did she even read it? She completely leaves out the DOJ argument that even if these are personal presidential records under the Presidential Records Act, they still belong to the government. Next, she goes on to quote, criminal procedure in a civil case, which is where I'm like, yo, bro, fuck that other raid. I prefer this stream. Yo, Carol, how's it going? Yeah, I'm still salty that I missed out on that big, fat, juicy raid. Yo, how's it going, Sen? Does amaze me how Trump gets as far as he does. Even becoming president wasn't surprising. Yeah, for real, for real. Sussy Baka, let's go. Yeah, it's a real sussy stream today. Unofficial Heem raid. How was the stream? I was checking in earlier, going about my day. You'll advocate for me next time. Well, honestly, who's the other? I mean, I'm always down to learn. Who did he end up raiding? I'm very curious. There's absolutely. Oh, come on, Pixel Smixel's so cool. Pixel Smixel's awesome. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sorry, guys. I get that. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. You don't give a fuck. That's cool. That's cool. But like, if I'm in his position, tiny baby streamer or well-known, you know, he got burned with me last time, right? You know, he went to raid me and it didn't work. So it's a bit gotta do street interviews. Oh, I really want to do street interviews so badly. Okay, so moving on. So this is where things get a little confusing. She goes on to quote criminal procedure in a civil case, Judge Cannon that is, and basically says any criminal who complains about whether they can get fruits of a crime returned to them should get a fucking special master. That's all it is. If you committed crimes, just ask for Judge Cannon and say, can you get a special master to review the evidence against me? And she'll be like, sure. He's too scared to bring you. I saw you fighting with CC on Twitter. Yes, and I think we might take a closer look at that. I'm honestly kind of confused and really shocked by Critical Canadian's take on it. It's like a really easy W. Like, marginalized member of community gets raided. Almost everyone I've ever met on the internet thinks raids and doxing is bad. So I'm super confused about like the angle that she is bringing this on to herself. It's like, bro, what are you in the 1940s? This is like arguments from 100 years old. It's honestly kind of bizarre. And then he said a bad word towards me. And for me, that's game over. Like, once you break the good faith and you start attacking me personally, you call me disgusting, I think he said. I don't respect you. You've lost my respect. There's no more point in discussing because you can't control yourself. You obviously don't care about the argument. You care about dunking and whatever. So yeah, it's just motivated reasoning and I don't like it. Like, just admit you don't like Keffels and then go from there and we can have a discussion, but don't do all this weird mental gymnastics. It's bizarre. Anyways, moving on. Yeah, criminals should get special masters. Please special master me. Judge Cannon then completely ignores the assistant director of counterintelligence at the FBI's declaration that there will be irreparable harm. bro, the government is saying people are going to get hurt. Then she seems to accuse the DOJ of leaks without evidence. This is what makes me want to read the actual. I've tried doing this before for content, and it's like not that fun because legalese is not that fun to read. But this is pretty incredible. The court is not persuaded that the government will suffer an irreparable injury without the requested stay. He's got documents, national secrets, like, come on. With respect to the temporary enjoyment on criminal investigative use, the government's main argument is that such use is inextricably intertwined with its security assessments, and therefore, the enjoyment at issue necessarily poses a risk to national security interests. When I remember them making this argument, it was like, yo, he had national securities mixed up with, like, Time articles. You can't separate these two. That's our argument. We're making that argument. And the judge is like, yeah, no, I don't know what you're talking about here. How is that inextricably intertwined just because they were found in the same box? What does that have to do with anything? So, yeah, that's something else. Oh no, I misclicked. Oh my God. She says the government's examples of how the criminal probe is inextricably linked to the risk assessment are vague. They use the specific example of the 43 empty folders, you troglodyte. Yo, Mueller, she wrote, is going in so hard. Holy shit. Second, although it may be easier in the immediate future, governments, yada yada, government submissions. Oh, I don't know if I can read this. I don't know if I can read this stuff. I don't know if I can read this. Man, legalese, man. I always feel like such a papegi. Okay. Holy shitballs. She says here that the DOJ can't be trusted. Has anyone checked to see if she's communicating with the Trump team on this? Wild. Absolutely wild. Lastly, the court agrees with the government that the public is best served by even-handed adherence to established principles of civil and criminal procedure, regardless of the personal identity of the parties involved. It is also true, of course, that even-handed procedure does not demand unquestioning trust. In the departments of DOJ. Yo, is this like ACAB? Is the judge being like, yeah, I don't know if we trust the government. I know they've given me no reason to distrust them, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that they're wrong and bad. Okay, I think we had a previous clip we were watching, but we might be getting off the Trump train pretty soon. Might need ourselves a little palate cleanser. Yeah, okay. Here's a really short palate cleanser just to get us off the Trump train for a bit. This is a picture from Burning Man. Sheesh. Sheesh. Environment. I think there was also convoy leaving Burning Man. That was a really interesting image. 9-hour Mad Max traffic jam. Let's go. Rat race. A rat race for all the hippies. That is incredible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 lanes of traffic. Have you ever seen anything like that? Honestly, can we just make our cities like this? I'm sure it's going to improve everything. It's going to make it all better. We just need to add more lanes. More lanes, chat. That will solve the problem of traffic. Surely. I've worked with fluid dynamics. Oh, can we actually watch it? Yeah, baby. Sheesh. Come on. Yo, we live in a society. Truly. This is awesome. I think this is the art. I think that this is the art project. It's like haute couture. It's like high art. That's what I call a palette cleanser. I kind of want to go to Burning Man though. So, yeah, you're against cars, Sen, but then how would we have cities? You need cars for cities need cars like a body needs blood. How are we supposed to transport all the people to their various suburbias and concrete hellscapes? I think we need more cars. In fact, you know what we really need? We need flying cars, chat. And I believe we have one. First American. There's a video I came across. Where is it? It was like a hover car. Damn you, where are you? Okay, I'll look for it in the background, but I legit saw in my timeline someone driving like a hover car. It's like, oh, shit. We're like in the era of the Jetsons. Flying car. Damn. Oh wait, yeah, here it is. Is this it? I think this is it. This is so cool. Cool in a scary way. Ah! Sorry about that, chat. Look at it fly! It's flying. We just need one big car that runs on a track and has start and stop trains. What the heck? What are you talking about, Sen? That doesn't sound like anything I've ever heard of before. What is that? What does that even mean? On a track? Like a race car track? Yeah, it's called the Autobahn. So you want an Autobahn for Canada? That's a great idea. Yo, I come from a place where the train stopped running and is like one of the few ways to like connect to the south. And one town, literally it's the only way in or out, and like you would leave in the morning and it would take like 9 hours or something crazy because it would get so cold that the rails would bend and the train would have to go really slow during those sections because there wasn't enough labor to like fix the rails along the route, you know, way up north. And yeah, like I don't even know how, it's not running very good nowadays. Like, yeah, I wish we had better trains, more better trains. Okay, so let's move on to the next story. I think that was a pretty good palette cleanser. I really wanted to dig into the insane story of the migrants who were dropped off. Did y'all hear about that? There's a bunch of migrants that were like bussed across America or something. 2 buses of migrants dropped off outside Vice President Harris's residence near Naval Observatory in DC. Like, it's such a bizarre. It reminds me of like states sending their homeless across lines, like shooting their homeless like a laser gun at other states. I don't know, Carol. Like, it's trafficking, right? This is human trafficking, from what I understand. That's the definition, isn't it? Moving people from one place to another while lying to them? I'm pretty sure that's... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's human trafficking. Sheesh. All right, so let's watch this.
Republican governors are taking matters into their own hands when it comes to illegal immigration in the U.S. This morning, instead of stopping
Bro. I'm dead. Republicans are taking matters into their own hands.
Of migrants from Texas to arrive in D.C. instead stopped outside the Naval Observatory where Vice President Kamala Harris lives. Fox
Yikes.
standing by live tonight in Northwest D.C. with more. Fitz, let's talk about what the neighborhood saw today.
Yeah, quite a wake-up call this morning, Jim. You know, Texas Governor Abbott sent these buses here after he heard last weekend Vice President Kamala Harris saying that the border was closed. Now, Governor Abbott vehemently believes that is not true and sent
Not enough racism.
here by way of this latest bus trip. Now, it was about 6:45 this morning.
Bro. It's not a bus trip if they don't know where they're going or why they're going there.
Before dawn, these buses rolled up. The two buses held about 100 migrants in total, and they dropped off those passengers
Captive
right on
prisoners.
Massachusetts Avenue next to the vice president's mansion.
Mansion.
The League of Latin United American Citizens says that these people arrived here today with only the possessions on their back, and they are trying to help them tonight.
So in other words, they're poor and don't know where they are. So you sent them to another random place. Cool. Cool.
Meanwhile, Mayor Bowser tells Fox 5 she believes there are going to be many more bus trips between now and the winter.
Catholic charities usually provide some basic necessities. We're talking everything from a toothbrush to a razor to basic things that we take for granted. They don't have any of that. They literally come with only the clothes on their back.
It's open because we enter.
Man, man.
No problem.
Reminds me of a certain biblical allegory. Gosh, oh man, what's that allegory about the, what is it? The Good Samaritan? Do I have it? Yeah, we got an update on our parable of the Good Samaritan. Everybody, I'll read it to you in a sec.
Do all that we can in D.C. to make sure that people have a humane welcome and transfer to their final destinations. But we see in the months ahead.
Yeah,
this
quite
race
literally.
problem could worsen.
We're just pawns living in their world, hey Max? Oh my god.
Now, you remember it was only last week that Mayor Bowser declared a public emergency
Bowser?
because of these bus migrations after being told by the Pentagon not once but twice that they would not activate the National Guard for all of this. Bowser's emergency declaration frees up funds and creates a new Office of Migrant Services, but you talk to the people in this neighborhood and say, this is a problem, and both political parties need to do something about it.
Including capturing.
Neighborhood. Yeah, on my street. Yeah.
Bro.
They should have a place for them to stay. Of course. No.
Yo. Yo, the contrast between those two humans was so stark. This one lady being like, yeah, I've never seen a brown person before. And the other guy being like, yeah, man, we should take care of those people. Oh, please roll that back. Please roll that back.
And say, this is a problem, and both political parties need to do something about it.
This is the first time I've seen him in this neighborhood. Yeah, on my street.
It's messed up. They should have a place for them to stay.
Of course, nothing ever gets done. You want to do something in D.C., it involves Virginia, it involves Maryland.
We live in a society.
I realize that they've got a problem there, but there are good ways to do this, and then there's bad ways to do it.
Wow, truly some
and expect more of
hot
this
takes.
This afternoon on Twitter, Governor Abbott posted, quote, he'll continue to send migrants to sanctuary cities like D.C. until, quote, President Biden and border czar Harris do their jobs. We'll have
Yeah, man. Can't they do their jobs of transporting people against their will? Truly, that's the future. We got another take on this. Yeah, listen to this. This is some good shit. This is from Best Of, or White People Twitter. I'm not a Christian, but I do find value in some of the teachings of Jesus. So you already know this is gonna, we're off to a good start. We're gonna have an update to the Good Samaritan parable, essentially. I read this parable again, and it is not only fitting for this situation, it is very powerful. In reply, Jesus said, a man was going from Guatemala, fleeing a drug cartel that wanted to unalive him and seize his daughters as sex slaves, when he found himself on the brink of starvation, having crossed a desert, a river, In another desert, with limited supplies and no money, he went to a prosperity gospel preacher for help, but they had just had the carpets cleaned, so the preacher refused him shelter. He went to the Christian governor for help, but the governor shipped him to Martha's Vineyard with no support or direction so he could own the libs. But a pinko commie libtard saw him and took pity on him. He clothed him and fed him and sheltered him. He brought him to an immigration lawyer and said, "Look after him. When I return, I will reimburse you for any extra expense you may have." Which of these three do you think was a neighbor to the man who fell victim to drug cartels and gangs? The expert in the law replied, "The bleeding heart, pinko commie libtard who had mercy on him." Jesus told him, "Go and do likewise." Oh man, so good. And somebody reminds us that the Samaritans were like the shittiest of shit people. Like everybody hated the Samaritans. I'm pretty sure they were like, they hated each other. Contemporary community leaders on both sides basically outlawed even speaking to members of the group. Jesus telling the story of the Good Samaritan isn't just a story of a good person doing a good deed to a stranger. It's a person doing a good deed to someone his society has branded an enemy. So, man, what a great update. So good. So good. I hope I don't get in trouble for saying the word libtard. That's, that would be George Orwell's 1984's Animal Crossing, which we're listening to right now. Really lovely album. Okay, next up. I kind of, just because I'm in a laughing mood, I kind of wanted to cover the Pierre Poilievre stuff, because that shit was funny. Who the hell calls a press conference? Yeah, man. Oh my gosh, this is so good. Now, the streamers on Twitch that say the R word all the way out loud on the reg? Oh, dang. Yeah, it's YouTube I'm afraid of. YouTube's really intense. And honestly, I've been seriously considering just scrapping dual streaming to Twitch and then cutting to YouTube. It's a lot more work, but honestly, I get so few views on YouTube, it's hardly worth it. I should just produce better content on both sides and then cut out the DMCA stuff, rather than like have to play extra polite to dual stream. But this story's awesome. This is probably one of the few times I've been laughing in public reading this. Who the hell calls a press conference, then tells reporters they can't ask questions? By now, the video has gone viral. Well, I haven't seen it. And if you haven't seen it, then consider us uneducated. So let's take a look-see. Just gonna fix the audio, and to any non-Canadian chatters listening, Pierre Poilievre was just elected the leader of the Conservative Party in Canada, and he won it pretty convincingly. In the first ballot, he got a majority of the votes, but generally he's not well regarded by Canada, by Canadian citizens, because he's played really fast and loose with journalistic standards and ethics, essentially. Like, he's played really fast and loose. So this is why we're paying attention to this. We're seeing how journalists can check political power in an effective way, especially as we watch America horribly fail to do so. And I'm like starving for any examples of it. I think there's like Mehdi Hassan on MSNBC who like is a heavyweight, but honestly they're few and far between nowadays. So Pierre Poilievre called a press conference. He called it.
Merci beaucoup d'être revenu aujourd'hui. Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Appreciate your presence here today. Before I begin, let me just say that thank you very much. I'm being heckled here by.
Sorry. I messed up my audio. Give me a sec.
Thank you very much for your congratulation. Thank you very much for your questions. I'm going to begin my remarks now. Justin Trudeau is out of touch, and Canadians are out of money. The cost of government is driving up the cost of living. $500 billion of inflationary deficits have bid up the cost of the goods we buy and the interest that Canadians pay.
Let's go.
And that is why,
Keep asking those questions.
we are experiencing 40-year highs in inflation today. Furthermore, inflationary deficits are also the inflationary taxes.
Dang, I was worried we were going to have to listen to Pierre Poilievre give a stump speech for like 5 minutes, and then a journalist was going to get fed up and start haranguing him. But no, it's like from the first 5 seconds. Awesome.
That are driving up the cost for workers and businesses to produce the goods that we buy. On top of that, Trudeau proposes yet more spending to bid up costs even further. The more he spends, the more things cost. It is just inflation. And here we are today with 40-year highs in inflation, where Canadians are spending more just to feed themselves, to heat their homes, and to buy a home in the very first place. The reason that
look.
Yeah. So
stay composed, Biao.
We have basically a liberal heckler who snuck
a heckler. Everybody, you ever heard of that before?
In here today, to apparently. Right. Are you going to let me make my statement?
From the guy who actually reported first on the Prime Minister breaking the law.
Yeah. Are you going to?
Whoa! Journalist comes at him with receipts and is like, "Yo, you calling me a lib? I was the first one to take a shot at Big Daddy Trudeau himself. Get fucked."
Let me make my statement. Ask a question. Say yes.
I've actually never seen you heckling the Prime Minister.
Ask Minister
I've never seen you heckling the Prime Minister. Look, bottom line is this. Yes, I will taking 2 questions at the.
Oh, now he is taking questions. Oh, so you are taking questions.
Very end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to.
That's all we wanted to know. That's all we cared about. Are you taking questions, or are we just here to record what you have to say and broadcast it to our audience? Because why?
Start my statement again, and hopefully this time without interruption from the liberal heckling gathering here. And speak directly
one
to
guy.
Canadians.
So it's one guy.
They can hear what the new leader of the opposition has to say.
There's dozens of us.
I'll begin again. The cost of government is driving up the cost of living. The more Trudeau spends, the more things cost. $500 billion of inflationary deficits mean more dollars bidding up the cost of the things we buy and the interest we pay. On top of that, inflationary taxes have inflated the cost of businesses and workers to produce those very same goods. The more Trudeau spends, the more things cost.
Oh, wow.
Now, this is not about an accounting ledger. It is about real pain for real people.
I'm being brigaded and harassed, and I think that liberal in the back of the room also shit my pants. Yeah, Pepe hands.
With food prices up 10% year over year.
Who's been shitting in my pants?
4 in 5 Canadians are forced to cut back on their diets. We have 30-year-olds living in their parents' basements or trapped in tiny apartments from which they cannot escape.
Like me.
We have seniors who watch their savings evaporate because the cost of heat and other essentials has risen out
Economics.
of reach. Now,
he's got an NFT or a Bitcoin though. I think he can help save us.
I thought Justin Trudeau might have learned the lesson from the fact that I won the leadership. He suddenly took an interest in inflation. After 2 years of my warning him that his inflationary money printing deficits would cause this problem, he finally admitted that there is a problem. And he announced he would hold a press conference today, one day after I issued a challenge to him. And the challenge was this, that he promised to all Canadians that there would be no new tax increases on seniors and workers.
Read my lips. No new taxes.
Today, he failed to make that commitment.
You know what this reminds me? After this, we're going to learn about how the Canadian government has just, I believe, I don't really understand. That's why I want to look into it. But I'm pretty sure poor people are about to get money from the Canadian government. I think including me, because I'm one of the poors, despite, my advantages in life. So that should be a nice segue.
And so Conservatives are putting him on notice that we will oppose any attempts by his government to raise taxes on working people or seniors in this country. Right now, he has scheduled tax increases on people's paychecks and on their heat, gas, and groceries. Canadians cannot afford these tax increases, and they come at exactly the worst time. And that is why Conservatives will lead the charge against them. We have also made other practical solutions. Cap government spending and cut government waste so that we can bring down the inflationary deficits and taxes that have caused the problems in the first place. Eliminate the carbon tax to bring down gas and grocery bills and to bring a net savings to families who are paying more under the tax than they get back under the rebates. Cancel the increases to payroll taxes and incentivize municipalities to speed up and lower the cost of building permits so we can get millions of new houses. Those are practical solutions that would lower the cost and make it possible for seniors to buy a good life with their savings and workers to buy a good life with their paychecks. Unfortunately, today, we saw none of those practical solutions. In fact,
okay, so yeah, it's an $8.9 billion plan to tackle inflation that was just laid out. So we'll take a closer look into that. That's actually pretty big.
we saw more inflationary spending that will fail to solve the problem for everyday Canadians. You see, the problem with spending more money as a solution to inflation is that it simply pours more gasoline on the inflationary fire. And that is exactly what Justin Trudeau continues to do. I'll give you an example. He says he's going to give people $500 to help with the rent.
Yeah.
Well,
nice.
That works out to $40 a month. In Toronto,
that's not a lot, actually.
That will not even buy you 1 day's rent for your 23.
Man, sounds like we should be giving even more money. Let's double that.
$100 a month average rental cost.
Such a bad argument.
So 1 day's rent and your money's gone, and you have to find another $2,000. And certainly won't make you any better able to buy a house, with the average house in Vancouver being over $1 million. $500 is not even a drop in the bucket. We need to actually counter the inflation, the just inflation that this government has caused, rather than
is that the tagline? Just inflation.
Trying to spend more money to make the problem worse. So once again, Conservatives
8 out of 10.
will fight tooth and nail against the inflationary taxes that the Trudeau government is putting forward, and in favor of bringing.
Sounds like this guy is in favor of giving people more. Yeah, it's funny that he didn't finish his argument, Max? He just kind of said, clearly this isn't enough. It's like, oh, okay. So double it?
Inflation down so that paychecks go further. Merci beaucoup d'être venu aujourd'hui. Le coût du gouvernement augmente le coût de la vie. 500 milliards de dollars d'augmentation de notre dette ajoute à l'inflation et au taux d'intérêt.
You can probably skip the French.
Sur le dos de permettre davantage de
Although his accent, it's always really funny. One of the other hilarious inside jokes in Canadian politics is watching Conservatives struggle to speak French. Pierre actually can pass.
Des maisons. Et qu'il devrait geler les taxes au lieu de les augmenter.
Yeah, he's doing okay.
Celles sont des priorités des conservateurs.
It's a bit wooden, but
that is fine. The problem is that
I want to see him get heckled too much.
Nous allons travailler fort pour les avancer. Parce que maintenant, les Canadiens ne peuvent plus payer les factures pour un gouvernement qui devient de plus en plus coûteux. Yeah.
One, if I could get your thoughts on Alain Reyes, but the second is, how is it not fair game for the federal government to spend taxpayers' money on helping low-income people today, this minute, afford some of the essentials of everyday life? But on Alain Reyes as well, please, Mr. Poilievre.
All of that is fine. The problem is that the money will be vaporized by inflation. As I said earlier, $500 in housing assistance for an entire year, when the average rent is over $2,000 in many of our big cities per month, that money will go up in smoke for the average family. What we need are more apartments for people to live in, more houses for
Would I be interested in debating CC about your Twitter takes? Yeah, I'm looking at the tweet now. I'm conflicted because he personally insulted me, and over very little, honestly, very little back and forth. So I don't know if he apologizes for that. I feel is a fair request to say like, hey, I will absolutely have a good faith discussion, but I don't know if you're just gonna mad dog me again, right? Like, what's the point of having a conversation who's like immediately gonna start calling you disgusting to his fans? Like, I don't know what to gain from that other than bickering. I don't know what I'm gonna learn from his perspective is the problem here. He very clearly has a point of view that will not be changed. So I'm like conflicted. If we can reset and start again, yeah, sure, whatever. I mean, it's probably no big deal, but it's just kind of like, my guy, like you kind of like cross that line, so it's hard to take you seriously anymore. It just is. Just like, okay, he's like obviously getting a little upset. I mean, sure, if I'm live now and if Critical Canadian wants to do it and we keep it chill, fine. But as soon as I'm getting personally insulted, or if I'm personally insulting, of course it goes both ways, then yeah, it's not good for you. It's not good for the space. It's not good vibes. It's not cozy. So that's kind of like where I'm coming from. Like, I don't, once it starts getting aggro, it's just like, I don't really care anymore. But yeah, if Canadian is around, I guess we could do that. I'm not a big fan of debate. Let's see here. I'll finish off this clip.
For them to buy and lower taxes so that their paychecks go further. And that is what Conservatives are fighting for, and that is why we have said we will oppose any tax increases. Now, I would note that one of the tax increases that Mr. Trudeau promises hits the working poor the hardest. He wants to raise payroll taxes. There is no personal exemption on those. That means that from the very first dollar a worker begins earning, they start paying that tax. And so in percentage terms, payroll tax hikes are the hardest on the poorest people. So that is why Conservatives will fight tooth and nail against any tax increase. Our working poor need the chance to keep their paychecks so that they can pay their bills, and that is why Conservatives believe in low taxes. Oui, merci.
Vous avez un message pour M. Reyes qui a quitté, qui trouve qu'il n'y a plus sa place au sein d'un parti conservateur que vous dirigez. Qu'avez-vous à dire à ces gens-là et à M. Reyes en particulier?
Mais il a décidé de ne pas combattre l'inflation de Justin Trudeau. Nous
I mean, honestly, let me moderate the conversation. I'm not sure, Sen, because I haven't seen you moderate before, and it's a pretty small slapdash thing. I don't see how it's bad. It's almost always better to have a moderator, but it's really pretty loose. I'm just tweeting out right now. Give me a sec. I think Ice Beans. I mean, wouldn't Ice Beans be the mod if they're the ones calling the request for debate? And we're like, yo, can we do this? All right. Okay. All right. Let's do it.
Combattre
content, everybody.
Les déficits et les taxes inflationnistes qu'impose Justin Trudeau. Citoyens,
So that was the clip that went viral. And so Karen Pugliese from the National Observer, like that is big stuff, man. You're fighting with Ice Beans over the right to moderate. Okay, in that case, whoever has more experience or has done it more recently, and if that doesn't resolve it, then do a rock, paper, scissors or a numbers game, some random generator. I don't know, something like that. Let's see here. Let me get Discord set up for that. Okay, we got some XQC stuff, so that I can play that in the background while I muck about. So XQC apparently revealed some interesting backstory about his breakup with Adept. I don't know how true it is, but it was a big clip. So let's listen.
like I had to make a choice. I was cornered into choosing between family and Sammy, and unfortunately, what happened is that I kind of just chose family because that's just, I don't know. So it was my fault, but so yeah, that's just kind of what happened. That's just what happened, and it was really unfortunate. So then, like,
So how to choose between family and her?
Like I had to make a choice. I was cornered into choosing between family and Sammy, and unfortunately, what happened is that I kind of just chose family because that's just, I don't know. So it was my fault, but so yeah, that's just kind of what happened.
Okay, so
That's just what happened.
let's see. I think we have Adept's reaction to it too. Chat hoppers, lol.
And then we were like, yeah, we get it. You know, there wasn't like need of a big conversation or a big argument. We did not argue any of this shit. It was like, yeah, okay. You know, that's just.
Yeah, of course he's only saying nice things about me to fucking manipulate everyone. Like, I get that. This is actual cringe. I don't know why he feels like he needs to announce things. I asked him to give me a moment of privacy so that y'all didn't do exactly what the fuck all of you are doing right now. And he decided to go against all my wishes and do whatever the fuck he wanted to do whenever the fuck he wanted to do it. So, what's new, I guess?
Yikes.
It wasn't on purpose, he accidentally leaked. Do you think it fucking matters? He fucking threatened it and held it over my head for fucking weeks when I was.
And then.
Bro, man, that's. There's one thing about like having a bad relationship with your ex, but imagine like getting into public online disputes with your ex. Ugh. So who won, Sen? In the meantime, let's read this article. Just gonna put on some background music. Right here. Ooh, we got the old Theo Parrish. There we go. It shows newly minted Conservative Party of Canada leader Pierre Poilievre. I won, but now I kind of feel bad stealing it from Ice Creams. Why did you win? I guess is my question. And y'all are fighting over to moderate. Moderation is like shitty Josh. Yeah, Pierre Poilievre being heckled. You moderated more recently. Yeah? Can we take a look? Alright. Then in that case, Ice Beans gets it next time. Will be the next mod. I don't even know if Critical Canadian's around. I mean, like... Let Ice Beans mod. Oh no. Why, Carol? Give me a very convincing reason, because they seem to have worked it out themselves. And that was kind of the standard. Is it just because you like Ice Beans more? Before the news conference started, reporters... You came back halfway, LMAO? Oh, okay. Alright, well, none of this works if I can't get these people into Discord. Yeah. I have to go to the washroom, so I want to play something while I go do that. Or maybe we can listen to Christopher Freeland tell us about all the cool, sweet money I'm gonna get. Alex Jones is live right now, too. Let's see where they're at. Okay, stuff is happening. Okay, here's some content while I go to the washroom. Have you ever seen me moderate, Carol? No. LMAO. It's because I think she would be more neutral in pinpointing certain ideas. Okay, that's a pretty good reason, Carol. Neutrality is the key characteristic required.
Individuals who gave...
Yes, and I've definitely seen you make some questionable takes, let's say. But either way, it doesn't matter because at no point should you be hearing the opinion of a moderator. The only opinions a moderator has is about how, like, about process of the moderation, the process of the debate, as far as I understand.
In connection with that, Megyn Kelly broadcast.
Okay, I'm just gonna go to the washroom. I'll be right back.
Correct.
Yeah, this is small stakes. It's very small stakes, like whatever.
Did give an interview.
Neil Heslin is the father of Jesse Lewis, who was murdered at Sandy Hook, correct?
Right.
And during that interview with Megyn Kelly, Mr. Heslin said that after the shooting, he had held his child and that his child had a bullet hole through his head, correct?
Yes, I believe he said that.
And after that interview, InfoWars ran a video entitled Zero Hedge Discovers Anomaly in Alex Jones' hit piece, correct?
Yes, I believe that's the title.
And that video was hosted by Owen Schroyer, correct?
It was, yes.
Owen Schroyer is the gentleman who hosts The War Room, another broadcast that comes on right after Alex Jones, correct?
Yes.
He reports directly to Alex Jones, correct?
As does everybody, yes.
Let's play exhibit number 41.
That is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And for the record, Your Honor, this video was broadcast, and you can look at your chart if you'd like, Ms. Paz, June 26th, 2017.
So, folks, now here's another story. You know, I don't
And
even know
Alex
if
Jones.
about this, to be honest with you. Alex, if you're
Ice Beans just said I can moderate. SMH my head. LMAO. We should chat though, Cheryl. It's been a hot second. I thought the kid said it's been a hot minute. I gotta get some toast. I got some delicious cheese bread with apple pieces in it. And I haven't eaten today, so I'm gonna go do that. I'll be right back.
listening and you want to,
But before I do,
know what's going on, Zero Hedge has just published a story. Megyn Kelly fails to fact-check Sandy Hook father's contradictory claim in Alex Jones' hit piece. Now, again, this broke. I think it broke today. I don't know at what time, but featured in Megyn Kelly's expose, Neil Heslin, a father of one of the victims, during the interview described what happened the day of the shooting. And basically what he said, the statement he made, fact checkers on this have said cannot be accurate. He's claiming that he held his son and saw the bullet hole in his head. That is his claim. Now, according to a timeline of events and a coroner's testimony, that is not possible. And so one must look at Megyn Kelly and say, Megyn, I think it's time for you to explain this contradiction in the narrative. Because this is only going to fuel the conspiracy theory that you're trying to put out.
Sorry you didn't win the debate. You'll get it next time, okay? I'll probably be doing more debates and discussions as I prefer them. You can say both? Nah, it has to be minute. Otherwise people don't know what you're talking about. I don't know, man. I don't know. Nobody says it. I'm sorry. It's just society overrules you. If this chat goes awry, I know who to blame. Yeah, Ice Beans, how about this? I love, what is it? Like, you create systems where everyone has like someone checking them. So Critical Canadian and I both have a moderator to check us. Well, Ice Beans, you can moderate the moderator and you can sort of chime in the chat if you feel the moderator is suddenly putting in their opinion and saying, hey, we didn't ask for that. You're just supposed to be the referee. But I need some cheese. I cut my hair. It's all gone. I did it in the summer. Also painted my nails. They need another paint. ALL, did you actually... Dick, my bro's quoting Merriam-Webster for lingo? I think you're self-reporting there. If you're getting your lingo from Merriam-Webster. You need to be modern here to delete. That might be too much power too fast, Carol. I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, I'll be right back. I really need some food on my belly. Give me a hot second.
So, and here's the thing too. You would remember, let me see how long these clips are. You would remember if you held your dead kid in your hands with a bullet hole. That's not something that you would just misspeak on. So let's roll the clip first. Neil Heslin telling Megyn Kelly of his experience with his kid.
At Sandy Hook Elementary School, one of the darkest chapters in American history was a hoax.
I lost my son. I buried my son. I held my son with a bullet hole through his head.
Neil Heslin's son Jesse, just 6 years old, was murdered, along with 19 of his classmates and 6 adults, on December 14th, 2012, in Newtown, Connecticut.
I dropped him off in 904. That's when we dropped him off at school.
I leave, as they say, dead and then child. Pretty sure YouTube hates me now.
With his book bag.
You're using it as an example that people do say it. No, Sen, no, Merriam-Webster is actually a robot created by the British. It's not actually a human. Nobody believes Merriam-Webster exists. Also say that my style of moderating, so far anyway, has been more of an intervention style, where I watch both sides and attempt to plug the holes by getting clarification from both sides rather than letting them duke it out. But that was done with parties' consent, if that makes sense. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. I really like that take, Ice Beans. Because for me, moderation, it's all about trying to help get their opinions out there. And oftentimes, sort of, you can see the gaps. Yeah, you can absolutely see, like, where maybe 2 people are talking about the same thing, and that, like, one question will help elicit opinion. I really find that a good take. Like I said, this is super small stakes. This is, like, as small as it gets. So don't even... We'll do it again on something a bit more exciting. I know that when I debated Heem, I kind of trounced him. I hate to say it, Heem. I don't know if you felt the same way about that, but golly gee, I don't know, man. I felt like fighting words, just fighting words. But hands-off moderating is good for blood, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the drawing blood, like that whole like. I actually am like the lib who's like good faith debate only. You know, I get really annoyed and bored quickly with the rigmarole of bickering. I just see children playing at park. People do say it though, which is what I was defending, Sen. Okay, Sen, you really need to let this go. Your status as moderator is quickly in jeopardy, is increasingly in jeopardy as you hang on to this point. But then again, Carol is also feeding into it. So yeah, Carol, you need to drop it as well. We're just memeing here. We're just memeing. People say all sorts of shit. Some of it's in parlance. Some of it just isn't.
Hours later, I was picking him up in a body bag.
Okay, so making a pretty extreme claim that would be a very thing vivid in your memory, holding his dead child. Now, here is an account from the coroner that does not cooperate with that narrative.
We did not bring the bodies and the families into contact. We took pictures of them, of their facial features. You have, it's easier on the families when you do that. There is a time and a place for up close and personal in the grieving process. But to accomplish this, we felt it would be best to do it this way. And you can sort of, you can control the situation depending on your photographer. I have very good
to have been able to actually see her?
Well, at first I thought that, and I had questioned maybe wanting to see her.
Okay, so just another question that people are now going to be asking about Sandy Hook. The conspiracy theorists on the internet out there that have a lot of questions that are yet to get answered. I mean, you can say whatever you want about the event. That's just a fact. So there's another one. Will there be a clarification from Heslin or Megyn Kelly? I wouldn't hold your breath. So now they're fueling conspiracy theory claims. Unbelievable. We'll be right back with more.
Ms. Paz, the first thing I want to ask you about is the entire source for what Owen Schroyer just did there was an article by Zero Hedge, right?
Right.
Zero Hedge is a website, correct?
It is a website.
All right. And it runs articles with anonymous authors, correct?
Sometimes they're anonymous. I don't think they're always anonymous, but
What's your basis for saying that?
I don't know anything about Zero Hedge, so I can't say that they're always anonymous. I don't know
Well, I
anything
think you
about
just
it.
testified that you don't think that they're always anonymous. So, which is it? Do you know or you don't know?
I don't know that they're always anonymous.
I forgot my water though.
You knew I was going to ask you about this video, correct?
Yes.
You knew I was going to ask you about Zero Hedge, correct?
Well, I don't know anything about Zero Hedge. I don't represent Zero Hedge, so I can't testify as to Zero Hedge. I can testify as to the article that he was citing, but...
Let me see if I can ask my question again.
Sure.
Objection, Judge.
You
You knew I was
wasn't
going
finished answering his question.
I think she was.
You knew I was going to ask you about Zero Hedge, yes or no?
About the company Zero Hedge? About the website, how it operates?
Let me ask it again.
Yeah, no, these people are the worst.
You knew I was going to ask you about Zero
One
Hedge.
second.
Honestly, the worst.
I'll try.
The internet is like giving power to horrible.
You knew I was going to ask you about Zero Hedge, yes or no?
I knew you were going to ask me about these articles, yes.
There's one article, yes.
One article.
Zero Hedge is a source that InfoWars will routinely use, yes, but I don't
Yikes.
know much about the website Zero Hedge.
Let me just see if I can ask you my question again, because I can tell that this might be difficult today.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll strike that, Ms. Paz,
Oh, it's a snipe because you're at work, I
Listen to the
think?
question.
What the fuck?
and answer the question that's asked, not the question that you want.
Okay, how about this? If Critical Canadian is not available today and we put it off to tomorrow, moderator status goes back to Ice Beans.
Answer the question that's asked.
Did I know that you were going to ask me about Zero Hedge? I didn't think that I would have to answer questions about the website Zero Hedge, so no.
Really? Come on, lady.
So free speech systems...
Because it's arbitrary and funny? Sen, is that a good enough reason? This is like not a big league debate or anything, but just because it's like, yeah. If we're treating this seriously, then no. But if we're all grown adults and we know this is just a silly conversation, then yeah, absolutely. It sounds ridiculous. It's hilarious.
Came in here today knowing that I was going to ask about this video, knowing that
makes it exciting.
It relied upon a Zero Hedge article for the claim that Neil Heslin was lying, and you don't know anything about it. About Zero Hedge.
My objection.
All right,
Free speech. There's an corporate
I
record.
don't
Free
know.
speech is here. That's different. Objection, relevance, speculation.
So I think I will sustain.
What do you think, chat?
if we can move on.
Because I was thinking of it not in terms of days, Sen, but like spontaneity versus planned, right? Like if you're here and you're ready, and so is Critical Canadian, then spontaneity wins the day. But if not everybody's there, scheduling or whatever, then Ice Beans wins it because they put in more logistical effort. They broach the conversation to try to create that middle ground space. So that's kind of where my thinking is. Although that also sounds arbitrary and ridiculous. So
You know that the
I am
author
listening.
of the article that Free Speech Systems was relying on was anonymous, correct?
For this article, yes.
And you know that the videos that Mr. Schroyer showed in this of the medical examiner, Dr. Wayne Carver, was cut off at the end, correct?
Yes.
And it was cut off for the purpose of lying to the audience about whether or not parents were allowed to come into contact with their children, correct?
Speculating about the contents of another mind or the purpose of.
Another mind.
I can't test.
Ice Beans only got the idea because I was discussing it in the first place. Ah, man. Origins of an idea. Weird to be a teacher, total teacher patience vibes. Yeah, Carol, I have studied education for many years and very much was supposed to be a teacher before I got railroaded by my university. So now I just study education and I will go work for corporate agencies. You have logs? You got logs? You were just bemoaning that your friends were fighting? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Oh shit, receipts. Oh no. Okay, could somebody moderate the debate between Sen and Icebeam?
That's the reason why it was cut off.
Okay, so Free Speech
We must get to the bottom of this.
Here today to testify about this video that showed a video of Dr. Carver cut off. Cannot tell this jury why it was cut off.
Same objection, Judge. Speculation.
I don't know why because I can't say.
That was a yes or no question.
And my answer is I don't know.
The answer is you.
My heart wants arbitrariness. I can moderate debates. I'm a very good moderator. I'm very stern that way from all the years in karate. So I love moderating debates, but debates like so old hat, you know what I mean?
You can't tell this jury why it was cut off, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Like one thing, if you remember when I discussed with him, we engaged and there was lots of disagreement, but it was so chill and there never needed to be a single, like, I know I had like a particular topic, but we moved away from it. We came back to it. There's a lot of movement about, and that's what I like. Debate often creates this sort of headbutting, this ram against ram behavior that I abhor, that I really don't enjoy, because you don't get any new information. It's not like exciting, or your curiosity shuts off at a certain point once you've heard the same argument just rehashed a few times.
He also showed a video at the end of another couple, correct? A couple that lost their child at Sandy Hook.
Yes.
That video was cut off before it ended, correct?
It was cut off, yes.
Why was it cut off?
Same answer, I don't know.
Free Speech Systems doesn't know.
Correct.
It knows that it cut it off.
Just there's an
May I
objection.
have a standing objection to any the form of any question?
I debated him on a very doomer take. I put in more effort and you just piggybacked off of me, Sen. Sen, what are you saying? Yeah, I mean, how about you both drop it?
Free Speech Systems, if she's here as a legal representative,
Don't think we
she's
need
not
speaking
part of
Also,
the
good moderating,
Yes,
Carol.
standing objection.
Very well.
Ms.
The
Potts, you
engagement
know
is
that
through the roof.
the medical examiner's statement, if they've been allowed
Oh,
to
man.
continue,
I need to make a W. I need to make a W. The opposite of Heem's L. Does anybody know how I can make that? Because like I'm secretly hoping people start calling me just weird, and then eventually people shorten it to just W, and I'm like being called W the whole time. Need to go watch my debate with Heem. It was really good. It was really sophisticated. He took a huge amount of L's, but gracefully. I took a few L's. I hope gracefully. The question I had, and which I'm happy to shop around, was that it is morally just to basically end all of our social industry, like pull the handbrake on our CO2 emissions, and we're gonna hit a hard wall, and a bunch of people will get hurt, but that will be a better moral situation than what we're doing right now, which is just letting climate change run away outside of our control.
would have confirmed
Yeah.
that after the children were identified, the parents were allowed to see their children. Do you know that?
Agree or disagree?
Yes, I know that there is a longer piece of that interview.
And that's what it shows.
Yes.
But Free Speech Systems chose to cut the video off there, correct?
Ooh.
It was cut off, yes.
Oh. What they didn't want you to see. Also cheese bread. So good.
And Owen Schroyer said, I guess we're not going
Yo, nothing but respect for that. Nothing but respect.
to hear any explanation
If you ain't taking L's, that means you ain't trying.
from Mr. Heslin on this, right? All that?
I don't know if he said it like that, but he said maybe we have clarification from Mr. Heslin and or Megyn Kelly. I think that's what he said.
And Free Speech Systems chose to run this video to retaliate against Mr. Heslin for having cooperated with Megyn Kelly.
The same objection standing.
I can't testify as to why he ran it. I know Owen was deposed on
Excuse
this
me,
issue.
ma'am. So you don't know?
If your question was if it was retaliatory, no, I can't say whether it was retaliatory.
You met with Alex Jones, correct?
I did.
You met with Owen Schroyer, correct?
I don't think I was able to speak to Owen while I was there. I don't recall speaking with Owen. I read his deposition.
How many on-air hosts does Free Speech Systems have?
We have Mr. Knight, we have Mr. Dew, we have Mr. Schroyer, we have Mr. Jackson at one point.
David Knight was fired 2 years ago, wasn't he?
Right, I mean during the
I'm
time.
asking right now.
Honestly, I'm not sure right now, but he doesn't work there now, Mr.
No.
Knight.
So how many on-air hosts does Free Speech Systems have right now?
Objection, relevance, Judge. What's that have to do with the complaint?
3 or 4?
Is that a guess?
I'm not sure, 3 or 4.
So Free Speech Systems coming here to testify can't tell this jury how many on-air hosts it has,
Same
correct?
objection as to the form.
Overruled. 3 or 4.
Okay, who are they?
Mr. Dew,
right,
obviously
messaging
Alex, Owen's still there,
Cat.
and maybe one other.
Ms. Paz, Mr. Dew no longer works for Free Speech Systems, does he?
I don't think he works there currently, but
So he's
he
not an
was.
on-air host, is he?
Excuse me, Judge, objection, she's not finished.
I think she was.
Oh my God.
I don't.
I think she was
wasn't
finished too.
Okay, well.
I wasn't
we'll move on to
finished.
the next
Okay.
question, But I think what you're doing.
Just butter.
is not
But it's cheese and apple bread.
question.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
That's why you
answer
don't
this
put
question.
anything else. It's so good.
We'll ask the next question.
When I was there and I interviewed.
There's no question.
Sure.
If you have a local bakery,
I just want to.
local bakeries, man. Oh my God. Well, it's apple season right now, so at La Première Maison, which is a chain, but it's still pretty good bread store. They had apple turnovers, 2 for $5, so good. And this cheese bread with little bits of apple in there. I don't know why there's apple in there, but it has these little sweet notes. Bit of salted butter. Holy cow.
Please
Pretty
understand
cheap too.
whether you can tell this jury how many on-air hosts InfoWars has. You started out by saying 3 or 4.
Apple
Then you
bread?
said, I'm not sure. Then you went back to 3 or 4. I asked you to name them. You said
Usually not a fan
Alex.
of apple
You
pie.
said Rob Dew. You agree with me? Rob Dew is not employed by Free Speech Systems right now. Yes or no?
Apple
Yes.
crumble's so sweet.
So Rob Dew's not an on-air host, right?
Objection, that's argumentative that you made.
Overruled.
Right?
Presently,
Yes.
No.
Overruled. She's getting rocked.
So you got Alex. You got Owen, right?
right.
Who else?
I'm not sure. People come and go a lot, so I'm honestly not sure as I sit here.
So the only on-air hosts that you're sure about are Owen Schroyer and Alex Jones, correct?
Food.
Those are the ones I'm sure
Oh, I should
about.
change
Yes.
the should change the title on YouTube. Whoops.
And you knew that you were going to be asked about this video with Owen Schroyer, correct?
Yes.
There are only 2 on-air hosts that you know of, right?
Presently, yes.
And you decided not to speak to one of them, right?
It's not that I didn't decide not to speak to him. It just wasn't
There we go.
available
That's
to
better.
happen for whatever reason. I
You
can't
testified
recall.
on the first day here, man, that you have an independent duty. When you're coming here to testify under oath before this jury,
Nice, he's
to
roasting
find
her.
out what you need to find out, to speak on behalf of the company, correct?
Yes.
You were given Owen Schroyer's phone number, weren't you?
Yes, I believe I had his phone number.
Did you call him?
I did not call him, no.
Oops. Journalistic integrity. Oh, yo, thanks, Sen. Appreciate you. A gifty. Oh, I gotta do something with my gifties. I'm so sorry. I think somebody last week during the subathon Chuck and Loud Tyrant Youth each gave like 5 gifties, and I'm like, I don't have a cool animation for that. What the fuck? I felt so bad. But yeah, we hit our September goal. Yeah, let's go. And very 69. 690 is pretty sweet. Yeah, to complete. It was just staring at you the whole time. The whole time. Just like.
Your call broadcast on October 26,
Scratching
2017. I'm going to bring up the chart for Ms. Paz, please.
Honestly, this is why the Alex Jones trial has been so fantastic. It's just like these cross-examinations of people squirming under like really specific questions. Courtroom drama arc. Let's go.
What was the date?
October 26th.
Let's see if we can speed it up since we're a bit behind. And this is slightly.
Okay, yes, I see it.
Quiet.
It's another video in
Judge
which Mr. Jones talks about Sandy Hook, right?
Can I have it back up? I'm sorry.
CC going at it with Colt Kef. Is that really the take? Man, some people are really dumb. Imagine thinking like like having like criticizing someone's opinion means that I'm in a cult. What's happening to people anymore? I don't even understand.
Title is JFK assassination documents to drop tonight. Full show.
Sorry. I thought it was Critical. I thought someone was informing me that Critical Canadian was like currently busy at the moment, but it's just somebody saying that I'm in a cult. You're clearly blaming the victim for something she couldn't have prevented. Go off, King. Tell me more about... I mean, I could probably go through this thread. And that might give some context. So, Lycan TV says, Keffels knew who was stalking her, had his name, and spoke with him, and therefore likely knew he wasn't part of Kiwi Farms. But she kept going with that narrative, and the journalist didn't do a damn bit of vetting. Now, interesting, but when you dig into it, like, the source of this is not exactly the most reputable. It's just some podcast. I don't know about you, but, like, I don't know, man. Like, you gotta be a little careful. Actually, Katie Herzog rings a bell. I just want to know if these are real journalists or not, because a lot hinges on that. Like, are they just some people tweeting off about one person that they interviewed? Is their story been confirmed? Really basic stuff. Career. Worked as a staff writer for The Stranger. Never heard of it. Beginning in 2017, having freelance for the publication. She was laid off due to COVID. She's appeared in Salon, Mother Jones, BuzzFeed News, Guardian. Okay, so there you go. So she is a real, legit journalist. So that gives a lot more credence to her claims, which were that... Oh, all they did was retweet it. So it's actually Jesse Single who's making the claim. And this is the one I wasn't too... Oh, he's the co-host. Okay, all right. Knew the identity of the kid who said he showed up outside her apartment and posted that weird note. He has a rich, easily tracked dark online history with zero sign of Kiwi Farms involvement, and it's obvious that he got her address from another site. So? I don't understand why that's impactful. It's about the single scariest, most stalkerish threat Keffels received. A photo taken outside the apartment she was staying, filled with KF and loyalist lingo, and posted to 4chan. Yeah, that's terrifying. I found the kid who claims to be responsible. We call him Teddy in the episode. Teddy's distinctive username... Teddy's distinctive username is linked to many accounts on multiple sites, including Twitter, YouTube, and Discord. He has a long and sometimes scary history of trolling and terrorizing others. He's a foodist, a follower of Foodishten, a grotesque YouTuber whose shtick is saying outrageous and defamatory things about people who have recently died. He's also a Malagasy clay eater, basically a small Discord subgroup of foodists. Okay. There are questions about Teddy's real-life ID, but not these online affiliations. There's clear evidence of them going back a long time on multiple platforms, all linked to variations of the same distinctive online handle. Trolling and harassment defines these subcultures. Teddy got in the fight with American Girl earlier this year. He obtained her address after her mom sent a DMCA takedown notice. He subsequently posted it everywhere he could and made very creepy, memey videos containing her address and family members' names to intimidate her. One of the videos, which he shared with me, ended with an anime scene in which someone snaps a girl's neck. Oh boy. He was genuinely obsessive in trying to post her personal information all over the internet. Her name is distinctive, and when you Google it, that's what pops up. Anyways, back to Keffels. Teddy, with a long history of loyalist posting on multiple accounts, came to believe Ellen and Keffels were pulling down Union Jack flags and replacing them with transgender flags. They're transing the flags. I think this defies all belief. He says a friend told him he saw this. He tweeted at her obsessively on multiple accounts, including threats that if she didn't meet with him, something bad would happen. On a private on a private Discord channel I gained access to, he told his friends to tweet at her, saying he was going to unalive her cat. I saw two do so. He even sent Keffels and Ellen emails demanding a sit-down and asked me if I would broker one! He shared a screenshot. The Gmail is a different, also distinctive username. I came across it independently, linked to his regular username in a 2021 social media post. On 8th of 22, Keffels was doxxed on a notorious site that isn't Kiwi Farms. On August 26th, her Belfast location was added. Teddy allegedly showed up in the comments talking smack. Some folks said they saw him post a link to a video from outside her apartment that was quickly taken down. Yikes, big yikes vibes. This I couldn't confirm, something that journalists do. But you can see other commentators responding to what appears to have been overeager posts by someone claiming they were going to go after Keffels. Then someone else posts a comment. They announce that they are Teddy and provide their full legal name. Why would someone possibly dox themselves on a website where some of the lowest scum of the internet congregate? Teddy says this user impersonated him, but that the legal name is his. Enter Kiwi Farms. They take notice of this kid Teddy, who seems very worked up, partly from his comments on the doxing site and partly because he DMs some Kiwi farmers seeking to team up. They tell him to F off. And he starts trying to dig up dirt on his, or somebody starts to try to dig up dirt on his real world identity. All this happens before the 4chan post. Then the post goes up, and of course Kiwi Farms is even more annoyed and interested, according to contemporaneous posts, because from their perspective, he is blaming them for something they didn't do, and at a very inopportune time. Teddy, for his part, told me from the jump he had no connection to Kiwi Farms. There are contemporaneous posts of KFers wondering about him, spreading his docs, and talking shit. Teddy has a very rich and easily examined online history, and he seems to genuinely hang out elsewhere. Okay. So that's something I guess I'll have to change my mind on. I thought this was bullshit. But okay, so let's assume that Popdi chat. Popdi. What is Popdi? Sounds like delicious food to me. Popdi for chat? Popdi, a round shaped, crispy, flaky, and deep fried crab. Oh, C word. So it's like an Indian snack. That looks really. Ooh, it's got little pieces of what is that? Carom seed? It is carom seed. Called it. Or jira. Oh, now I want to make these. This looks easy as hell. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yo, because I've made like a basic roti with oh man, with like all sorts of spices. Comes out like super orange from the turmeric, and like you put in a bunch of fenugreek leaves or methi, and yeah, it's like really tasty. Okay, this is a good thread. It's so good. I mean, it's like their version of fried bread. But can you eat it with curry? I guess that's the only important question. Yeah, I love Indian food. I think I'm gonna make some Indian food tonight. Some dal tadka. Chaat? What's chaat? What am I looking at? This looks so good. Like a chana masala, but with thin noodles? With chutney? This looks like a lot of work. I'm gonna be honest. The papdi's already a lot of work. This is something you serve to guests because it's finger food. Everybody's like, wow, this is so good. And meanwhile, you're like, yeah, it took 3 hours in the kitchen. Oh, yeah, the food, especially in Montreal, oh my god. Although, from what I understand, like, Britain has some really good Indian food from all the colonialism. So yeah, I don't know if I've heard any word back. How long am I live? Oh, I hate that question. Today's a Friday. I just ate. Probably another few hours, chat. There's a lot of content I have lined up. And we definitely have more than 3 people in here, so probably a little bit. Okay, so continuing on from this story from Jesse Singal. This person, Terry. Oh, yeah. And here's the claim. I'm going after Keffels and Ellen because they have been taking down Union Jacks and putting up transgender flags. Okay, all right. The site has a very specific argot and philosophy towards its obsession with its targets, and there's nothing about Teddy's approach, such as tweeting obsessively at Keffels, that lines up with it. On August 30, you've just Italianized it. Ooh, okay. Teeny Papadum. Yeah, that's a good point, Ice Beans. That's exactly what it is. It's teeny tiny Papadum. Papadellini. Okay, all right. Okay. This is normally not a free-to-phobic stream, but on August 31st, Keffels blames the weird 4chan note on Kiwi Farms. This doesn't necessarily make sense. Her address was posted to the other site 4 days earlier, and on Kiwi Farms, they were openly like, yep, we got it from this other site. Earliest KF mention is on the 27th. So I think this is the part that Critical Canadian gets his hair up. I was doxxed by an unknown actor hacking an account belonging to my host. Kiwi Farms posted the address and Joshua Moon pinned it to the homepage. He wanted to put my life in danger. Keffels did the same thing when her Uber Eats was hacked. She blamed Kiwi Farms, but in fact, the first place that information showed up was on that other site. Timeline appears to be the hackers, a collective who go by Vile, did the order, then dropped the docs. I don't know what the take here is, though. So what? I don't know what the point is. Who cares? Who cares if Keffels didn't cite the original source? Did it end up on Kiwi Farms? Was Keffels lying about her claim? Like, what's up? Hi, Uber support. My account was hacked and had the password and email changed. Hundreds of dollars worth of food showed up on my doorstep. Can you please message me so I can remove my payment info from the hacked account and get it reimbursed? Okay. No, please, the Pomodoro technique. Ooh, yeah, that'd be cool. Montreal is a lovely, lovely place. Oh, this thing. Yeah. Wait, this sounds. It's not a tomato technique. It's a procrastination technique. How to balance focus with deliberate breaks. Plan your tasks. How many tasks do you have to do? Do 25 minutes, then break for 5, and then do it again. That's the technique. In other words, don't just cram. Take breaks. Be human. I think having a timer, like having a clock, like that objective metric, absolutely is helpful. I just think people are making it more than it really is. It's like, okay, yeah, you should. I think it's because it came out of research. Apparently not. Conceived by Cirillo? Let's see here. Why is it called Pomodoro? That's a good question. Each interval is known as a pomodoro from the Italian word for tomato, after the tomato-shaped kitchen timer Cirillo used as a university student. So it's completely arbitrary. Absolutely arbitrary. Is there any evidence this works? It looks like a bunch of stuff saying, but I don't see any real research. Here we go. Maybe? No, it's just Cirillo over and over again. Okay, this worked for this one person. How to be slightly happier. It also slightly worked for this person. The old two-finger technique. This is pretty... I think I remember why I forgot this. Moving on with this thread. Again, info only migrated to Kiwi Farms after the incident. Again, KF users explicitly reference the hackers who did it, and again, Keffels attributes it to Kiwi Farms, which certainly helped spread it, but which was not the original source. No mention of other doxing site. So it looks like it sounds like the charge here is that Keffels didn't read correctly, because they did, like apparently they cited in their source, like when Kiwi Farms is like, we got this from X, and Keffels just attributed it to Kiwi Farms. I really don't know what the there is here though. Like, is Keffels a journalist? Who cares? So possibly through Kiwi Farms and possibly through the other doxing site, Keffels catches wind of Teddy's alleged identity. She tweets at him using his illegal name on September 1st, IDing him as the person who showed up at her place. Yikes. The next day, September 2nd, she has apparently tracked him to one of his Discord servers. Or at least one of Teddy's longtime online friends, a fellow Malagasy clay eater, says she didn't immediately after the group formed a new server. Again, they're misgendering her. Couldn't confirm this, but makes perfect sense. First thing this kid does after new server is launched is talk about why they had to launch it. This suggests Keffels was aware of Teddy's specific online habits, which were not hard to find because he has worse OPSEC than she does. Whether or not Keffels did join this server, we know she tweeted at Teddy with his first name. Wait, his full name or is just his first name? Using his legal name. That makes me think you used his first and last name, but did she use his first and last name or just his first name? There's a big friggin' difference. That's odd. What's going on there? Okay, that's sus. As one last check, I plugged Teddy's... Oh, wait. I don't know if B would answer to this, but I think they use a tomato timer. Yeah. We checked into that, Ice Beans. The fisting technique. The old twisty McFisty. As one last check, I plugged Teddy's doxing victim's full name and address into Kiwi Farms. He spread them everywhere. He's a dick. If he were a KF user, he would have spread them there. Nothing. It's impossible to prove a negative like this, but I would be profoundly shocked if evidence emerged Teddy has any real KF connection. He was also established visitor to the doxing site where Keffels' information first popped up. His friend Fancy German Car in the above screen cap doxed her there many months ago. After she did, Teddy himself popped up to make a gross sexual comment. If Teddy is the guy who showed up at Keffels' apartment, there's zero mystery where he got the address. Now, is he? I couldn't confirm that, and these kids troll so much that I'm just not sure. I'm 100% positive about everything about Teddy's online activities I've reported here, because it's all out in the open and in some cases echoed on the Discord servers I snuck into. So I think there's a very strong case Keffels was aware this kid had no connection to KF. For what it's worth, I reached out to her in Ellen on September 10th to ask various questions about Teddy and noted, quote, I'm genuinely not seeing any connection to Kiwi Farms, but I didn't hear back. This may be the weirdest internet culture story I've ever reported, and I feel like my soul needs a bath. I hope you enjoy it. That gets a big so what from me, dog. That gets a big so what from me, dog. I think, it's just sort of a standard that Jesse Singal is applying to Keffels I wouldn't normally expect from someone. I don't... okay. Keffels wasn't totally right that Kiwi Farms was the source of bad allegations. So what? Honestly. Honestly, it's about as... That is a long thread. So anyways, the part that I think Critical Canadian takes umbrage with is here. Somewhere around here. Like this whole sussy business around like not properly citing or whatever, I guess. So let me see if I can find the original thread. We'll cover it real briefly, and then we'll see if Critical Canadian's around. Otherwise, we'll go back to Alex Jones. Oh, and also, he didn't respond to this one. Absolutely destroyed. No reply, no like. Alright, I'll get to that. Nothing more funny. He's not around right now? Okay, so looks like Ice Beans is going to be moderating, said. So Ice Beans, if you want to figure out a time that works. I'm not available. I do morning streams, right? So I'm available like anywhere from 9 to like, I guess, I gotta have stuff to do. So 9 to noon usually is the stream. 9 to 2 if I stretch it. Oh, you're listening. Oh, Critical Canadian. Yeah. I mean, like if you're here, we can chat about it, or you can hear my version of events and think on it, and then we can come around in a day or two or whatever you feel is best. I just read through the original like source, I think, where it was like the two journalists going into the history of like where Keffels pulled all this stuff. So I think I kind of understand where you got in. CC's in my walls, it's true. Oh no, run! But it's this part that I get a little iffy, right? Like I don't want to be seeing this. Like it's not needed, right? Like, it's not necessary. That's what I mean by scorched earth. It's just like in debate, once you start doing ad hominems, you are not debating. It's just kind of game over at that point, right? GG, no read. But let's see if we can find the full thread, cover it, and then Critical Canadian can let us know what time works best. So Lycan says, quotes this very long article that was much ado about nothing. Keffels knew who was stalking her. Again, a suspicious claim considering it wasn't just a single person, it was multiple people, but knew this particular individual, sure, absolutely. And therefore likely knew he wasn't part of Kiwi Farms. I'm happy to give up on that, sure. But she kept going with that narrative, and the journalist didn't do a damn bit of it. Probably because it's not that big a story? Yeah, I want to do a few notes for sure. It's not an ad hominem, because I'm still hitting on your point. It's your action I'm addressing. No, when you say you, the person, are disgusting, that is the definition of an ad hominem. You did not say, this take is disgusting. What a terrible position. What a massive L. Holy cow, are you really saying this? You know, there's so many different ways you could try to... Yeah, sure. Most of which are fallacious, where the speaker attacks the character, motive, or some other attribute of the person, making an argument rather than addressing the substance of the argument itself. So we can leave it up to chat to, I guess, decide if they agree with me or if they agree with you that it's an ad hom. I think it is, you think it isn't. All right, we can have our understanding there. So Critical Canadian gets in here and says, so in other words, she used a separate situation, the stalker, which is likely responsible for the swatting, to cash in on $100,000 and a righteous crusade where she received basically unwavering support and attention. Yeah, Critical. Like, one of the worst parts of Twitter is that it creates these misunderstandings where one person's like, yo, you went way too hard, and another person's like, I didn't go hard at all. What are you talking about? And it's hard to tell without tone, which is kind of like why, you know, you have a chat about it. It's a lot easier just to cut through the chaff, cut through the noise, get to the signal. But by all means, I can just do a very brief, as neutral a coverage as I can. We can figure out another time. So yeah, I took umbrage with this characterization, to cash in on $100,000 and a righteous crusade. Like, there's very strong language going on here for what I understand to be a victim of what, like, most people on the internet agree is awful and terrible and bad. Stalking, doxing, raiding, I've never met someone on the internet who's like, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Say what's in your heart. It won't hurt me ever. Oh, okay, sure. I mean, that's just how I am. I'm just very much a even keeler. So yeah, no victim in the history of time ever wants to be victimized. Like, the first, I think, bridge to cross is, do you believe Keffels was victimized in this situation? Because until we agree on that, there's no, like, going forward. Because if you're cashing in on something, like, it's a really odd thing to say about like someone who's been hurt. Person's home burns down, and they cash in on it by asking the community to help them find new lodging. Like, this is where I'm at. Like, it's so bizarre. It's such an odd right angle take. Person gets raided and generally harmed, asks for help. Like, okay, that seems pretty... just because they have a huge platform and their ask for help is heard and responded to by many people, it doesn't make it a cash grab, right? Like, it's, apples and oranges. And this is another weird take. She isn't being driven... Oh, I'll read mine. It is a cruel and unusual position to take that she cashed in on people trying to drive her to suicide. What are you, jealous? Like, are you jealous of all the money she made? For real? She isn't being driven to suicide. Big claim. Big. This is another very odd claim given the history of Kiwi farms. They've got 3 bodies, as far as I understand. Like, they've been... What was it? Like... suicide, Kiwi farms. This is where I'm coming from. Like, there's been a couple people who have, from what has been linked to 3 suicides. This is in Yahoo. This is in Yahoo. So, like, I see Kiwi farms and I see a threat. Like, this is a dangerous website. You can still use bad situations for personal gain. Yeah, for sure. You have to drive. Yeah. Focus on the road. No, I agree with you. People can take a bad situation and turn it into something good. This is what we mean by community support. Your government will not save you. It is usually the friends that you've made along the way, the community that you've developed, and that community usually only exists if you put into it. Most of the reason that Keffels has such a large platform and so much support is because of how vocal and public she's been to defend trans rights, especially in a time when they're being legislated out of existence. And you have people like Dr. Peterson crying about them every day. So like, I'm not really sure how you're separating these things. They only have that community because of past action, and so they benefit from it. Okay, cool. Like, good for them. Good for her. And this is an odd, like, if that was the case, why hasn't she changed any behaviors online? She has. She's changed a bunch of behaviors online. For instance, she bought a green screen, got an IRL backpack to try to, like, have a moving location. The whole reason going into a hotel was to try to get away from the doxed location. So I'm seeing a lot of behavior to harden her security. If anything, and also VPNs. She talked a bit on H3's podcast about VPNs and that kind of stuff. If anything, she has spent more time online as of late. So here's another interesting point. One of my favorite arcs in American politics was the interviews of, oh God, it was an interview of, like, some like assistant to the Trump campaign, and he was getting investigated by the FBI, and he starts going on TV and doing all these extremely public interviews and acting extremely suspicious. And the joke that was around was like, yeah, he's just going public because it's the safest place to be. If you're constantly producing content about where you are and that you're still alive, like, you're sending a message like, your attempts to silence me, you haven't shook me yet. You haven't made me afraid. I'll keep doing this. And more people are paying attention, So is that really something someone would do if this place was driving them to kill themselves? I don't know, and neither does Critical Canadian. Like, I don't know why he's asking this question. Neither of us, I think, are psychologists. I'm not trained in suicidal ideation. No idea what's going on. And this is the part that he's very unhappy with. Trans folk are at a much higher risk of suicide, and this should be Kiwi Farms has already succeeded multiple times. Here is my, like, citation. Or the Yahoo News one. do you think it's okay to wage an online hate campaign doxing and swatting a trans person or not? It's like, to me, it's a very simple question. And this is wrong. She wasn't chased out of country. I think that's a bad take for myself. And the IRL setup, like I see a lot of actions, and he's right to ask me about chased about home and country, but she was chased out of her home. And if she was, why is continuing to post pictures that end up doxing her over and over and over and over again? Again, this is like victim blaming. This is saying the victim must change their behavior in order to stop getting victimized. It's like, bro, what is this, the 1940s? Like, come on, just apply this logic to what old geezers used to say about women who got sexually assaulted, you know? She should have dressed better. She should have closed her legs, you know? Like, come on, what are you talking about? These people are insane. They'll go to the ends of the earth to dox Keffels, and the evidence of that was when they figured out what hotel she was in based off of the sheets. Like, that's wild. How do you defend against that? Remove the sheets? Stop doing your job? Like, that's her job. It's her job. That's how she makes money. Like, I hate to break it to chat, but a lot of streamers are capitalists. This is a entertainment service, right? And a lot of people have that expectation that they should be rewarded for their content creation or whatever. Also, just because someone is trans doesn't mean you get to automatically apply the suicide stats to that person. That's generally how stats work. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what this is about. I really don't know what that's about. That's literally how stats work. There's multiple factors that will lead to higher suicide rates of a trans person, and even still, why would you engage in behavior that would increase that likelihood if you really worried about killing yourself? That's right, you heard it first. Critical Canadian, I'm not really sure where you're coming from, but here, but last I checked, I'm sure the science has changed in the past couple of years, but generally, trans folk do the bad thing. And it does happen at a higher rate than general population, and I'm not really sure why we want to place moral responsibility on them to fix that. It's generally not their fault. Like, it's not like... It's because society doesn't accept trans folk, and they harass them, that people commit suicide, right? Like, that seems pretty obvious and clear. And so if you are a trans person, you may have a higher risk. Might be different. You might have been born into a wealthy place. Sure. But generally, general pop versus trans person, they're more at risk. That's a very straightforward statement of fact. If we disagree on that, I don't know how we find any like middle road or what have you. And this is also where Critical Canadian gets most upset with me. Like, how dare I raise the risk of suicide when quite literally Kiwi Farms has succeeded, right? Where's that Yahoo thing? Where's the Yahoo Kiwi Farms? Let's see how they linked it. On sports.yahoo. It's amazing. Kiwi Farms, the forum that has been linked to 3 suicides, was made to troll Chris Chan years before she was arrested on an incest charge. Oh, wow. Okay. A community dedicated to discussing eccentric people. This person admitted to incest, and it was leaked on the site. Launched in 2009 as an image board. Chandler was arrested and charged. Wow. According to New York Magazine, it began after people trolled Chandler since her homemade Sonichu drawings and comics started to go viral among 4chan. It was founded when Chandler was added to the Encyclopedia Dramatica. Yeah, okay. Users played an active role in hacking and leaking Chandler's personal details and taking photos and recordings of Chandler. Gosh, where have I heard about that? That sounds oddly familiar to the Keffels story. According to Know Your Meme, forum was renamed Kiwi Farms 2015. The rename came after the shifted focus from not just discussing Chandler, but any online figure or personality who's a lol cow. Documentation of Chandler's life continues to have a major presence on Kiwi Farms. Yikes. Here is, this is Near. Now, Near, if I understand, is the person most commonly cited by Keffels for evidence that, you know, Kiwi Farms is doing this thing. It's sending, like, encouraging suicidal ideation, let's say. The death of Julie Terryberry, who took her own life in 2016, has been linked to Kiwi Farms by news outlets like Vice and Gizmodo. According to Vice, Terryberry was targeted by Kiwi Farm users prior to taking her own life due to her polyamory and appearance. The honest truth is, this is from Near, in 2021, so very recent, almost within the year, less than a year ago. Holy shit, this just happened. The honest truth is, I've been bullied, ridiculed, and humiliated my entire life. From my earliest grade school memories to now. It's always hurt me deeply enough that I can't describe it in words. I could only just tolerate it with heavy depression when it was 4chan. But Kiwi Farms has made the harassment orders of magnitude worse. It's escalated from attacking me for being autistic to attacking and doxing my friends and trying to suicide bait another just to get a reaction from me. I lost one of my best friends to this. I feel responsible. Yikes. Like, yikes. It was later reported that Near had taken her own life. Moon, the founder of Kiwi Farms, posted a statement denying responsibility for the death. Usually a bad sign. Usually when you have to put up a statement, wasn't me. I'm sorry, excuse me? So, Kiwi Farms is also linked to the 2019 Christchurch terror attack. So, like, anyone who's anybody should strongly agree Kiwi Farms bad, right? So, and we have at least some pretty circumstantial evidence. Near is literally saying Kiwi Farms caused one of my best friends, try to suicide bait, right? It's pretty clear. And then they commit, and then they do the thing. So it gets worse. It gets worse. This is a whole thread. This is, I don't know. Whew. Are y'all ready for this? I usually don't shy away from this kind of stuff. So let's do it. This is me. My real name is Dave. Sorry, I've never been able to smile. The honest truth is, I've been bullied, ridiculed, and humiliated my entire life. We read these last pieces. I can't handle this anymore. I have tried everything. I have taken every medication available. I have tried multiple therapists. I have tried closing myself off from the world. Oh, hey, Ice Beans, how's it going? We're digging in a bit deeper into, exactly why it said that Kiwi Farms has been linked to 3 suicides. I think we're finding out now, and it's a bit heavy. But I know this is, CC was here and fighting without the moderator. Yeah, Ice Beans. Yeah, in the comments, like wanting a little taste, but didn't want the whole sandwich. I'm like, we gotta do this, comme dans le moment, like, in real time, or else it's... Yeah, good point, Ice Beans. You're right to be outraged. Sen, I'm gonna blame you. Sen, you're supposed to be moderating! Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Absolutely, you're the moderator, Sen. If it's spontaneous and today and Crit shows up, you're the moderator, but if we're planning it, it's Ice Beans. Good thing this isn't high stakes or anything. I'm joking, of course. I'm joking. Don't feel bad. It's not like we actually debated. It was just CC getting a little taste. He's getting a little ahead of himself. Okay, let's finish off this thread from Near in 2021. Taking back my... No, that's my clout. It's the only thing that validates my existence. Okay, I've taken every medication available. I've tried multiple therapists. I've tried closing myself off from the world. It doesn't help at all. Every night I'm filled with panic attacks and dread and worry. I've tried changing in every way possible as they wanted me to in order to get this to stop, but it just never does. Every few months, it's something new. A new dox, a new thread, a new tangent. It's too much to bear any longer. I've always tried my best to be kind and helpful to everyone, and I didn't do anything wrong other than be weird online. And you should be allowed to be weird online. Am I right, everybody? You know, being weird is sometimes one of the most important things you could do for self-discovery and finding out whether the thing you're curious about is real or if it's just a fantasy. If people aren't weird, you can't, there's no self-discovery in my opinion. So hell yeah, be slightly weird online. Maybe a bit too passionate at times. Their horrific claims are entirely baseless. Still, if I've hurt or upset anyone, I'm really for that. No, you're not allowed to be weird. Oh, okay. That's why I spelled it differently. That's why it's WYRD. Not without a moderate. Oh no, Sen's feelings are hurt. Oh, sorry, Sen. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm pretty sure you were the moderator for today, but I guess the internet is not a game. It's real life. I'm a real person. This stuff really hurts. I poured my entire life into this. I have no real life friends. I have no other reason for being. Only this, and now I have nothing. Yikes. It's too late for me, but I pray that someone at some point will do something about that website. Keffels did. Keffels did do something. There's too many people suffering, and no one seems to care because we are relative nobodies online. And they know that. Evil triumphs when good people do nothing. Please don't remember me for this. Remember me for what I've done, for my work and dedication. Thank you all so much for your kindness and support over the years. I'm very sorry, but know that I love you all very much. Here's hoping there's something better awaiting. Please don't hate me for this, as much as I know it will cause some of you to suffer. Please understand I was suffering far more. I'm sure some will try to play this off as my fault, but it's not. They didn't have to do this, and they could have stopped at any time, but chose not to. I would have kept going if Joshua Moon had shown me just the tiniest bit of compassion, but he chose not to. That's not on me. That's on him. That's on every last person who pushed me to this point and didn't let up. I never deserved any of this. Thank you all for the kind messages. Please take care of yourselves. I love you all very much. Thank you all for your support over the years. It's been such an honor. I'll miss you all so much, but at least I can finally be at peace. Bro. So that's at least one. That is at least one, like, I would say confirmed. Like, I would say, yeah, I would lay that at Kiwi Farms. I'm not sure why you pulled up the French. So that's my perspective coming into this. So when Crit is like, yo, you can't apply suicide stats to that person. That's not how that works. You know, there's multiple factors going on here. I'm like, no, this is a vulnerable member of a marginalized community being targeted by something that worked. Don't they have a kill counter thing where if you participated in the thread where someone kills themselves, it gives you a badge? Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, I don't know if Critical Canadian knows this backstory. He's talking like he, like, thinks these people are normal or something. Like any amount of information about Kiwi Farms should make it super clear that they're the bad guys in any context. They're doing it wrong. The answer is pretty simple. You wouldn't unless you actually aren't at risk for unaliving yourself, which Keffels isn't. She won't do it. She enjoys the attention. Again, how do you note that? Did you read? Did you have a... What do you... Huh? Oh, yeah, help me understand that, Ice Beans. I would love to know what your take is, because that was the original request. It was like, yo, you guys are talking past each other. I don't think we are. I think he's just making really bad takes. Really bad takes. Like, I'm just like, I'm really struggling to understand his perspective here, but it's like, how dare she benefit from telling the world she was victimized? And I'm like, there is no problem. There's nothing, there are no problems here. Well, that's what I want to know. It's usually easier to have, you can hop on VC in 15. Yeah, cool. If you can, yeah, sure. If you can help me understand where I'm sort of, what is it? Not seeing the forest for the trees. Oh, why are you crying, Sen? Which ideas, Carol? That Kiwi Farms has a pub, like a well, like they have a track record, or like I'm really hung up on the victim blaming here, and that's where we're not seeing eye to eye, right? Like I'm like, bro, victims aren't cashing in when they say to the world they've been victimized. I don't know where you're coming from. Do you think Keffels is at the same risk as someone who is just starting their transition with no family support or resources? Also, it's because general stats don't map onto individuals one-to-one, and we can dive deeper into that if you like, but I know you disagree with that. I'm, again, really confused about this. General stats come from people. At the end of the day, all stats are from individuals, and we're just talking about general. Might not be true for Keffels specifically, but that doesn't change whether Kiwi Farms did something wrong. Like, I don't know. It's very easy for someone like me who would see that side for the story and agree, because before now I didn't know all this other information. Yeah, like context matters. Always. So it's very likely, like, I was pretty deep in, I even did like a charity stream for Keffels, and like nobody showed, so I had to donate from my own pocket. But I did, because it seemed like a very, like, I usually don't do that kind of stuff, because I'm like, I'll let the world pass by me and I'll just observe. But that one, it was like such an easy W. Like, it's, geez, like, come on, this is a Canadian, a streamer, also from a marginalized community, also trans community, and the worst people did like the bad thing. Like, I don't know how you're not rah at this point. Isn't up to date on all of this. He has a full-time demanding job and a family. Yeah, I know he has a family. I'm always willing to give benefit of the doubt, but you know, like, same story for me, like, except I don't have kids. You know, kids are a massive difference. So if he has even one kid, yeah, he has less time than I do. But yeah, I'm the same. Like, I'm working or actually I'm not working anymore. I quit my job. I'm doing this. This is very time consuming, and school is extremely time consuming. I was there for that stream, just poor. Yeah. So Ice Beans will give us a bit of insight, hopefully, on where we're not seeing eye to eye, and hopefully that makes the future conversation go a bit more smoothly. I don't necessarily disagree with him here. I'm just trying to make it clear that you can't tell if someone's ideating about ending their lives or not. Like, how do you know? Like, it's such a weird thing to say. It's like, yeah, that person's, they're not thinking about it. And again, I'm not seeing eye to eye here. I'm not sure why it matters. Wife and family knew of his condition. We are not Keffels' wife or family. We're not Keffels' wife or family. Like, what? Just saying, as much as he tweets, I just don't think he knows all of the info that you do. I would think he might have a different perspective if he knew what he did. Yeah, that's the kind of like that's the dream, right? The dream of any good conversation, of any good debate or whatever, is that, like, yeah, some opinions get moved, some new information shared. I had to walk back at least one of my statements about, I don't think Keffels was chased out of country. I might be wrong on that, actually. I'd have to dig in a bit deeper. And yeah, I just, like, I know he's called critical Canadian, but who's critical about these types of claims? It's such an odd thing. If you go to a therapist and you say, hey, the stuff I'm being subjected to online is causing me to consider suicide, what do you think the first thing that therapist is going to tell you? I don't know, and neither does he. It's kind of where I'm coming from. Like, he's making huge assumptions. It's like, bro, are you a psychologist? We'll see. I don't appreciate being called disgusting. He's already a half step back with me, right? You know, like, he's already a half step back, which is like, do I take you seriously? Or am I just gonna meme and dunk, you know what I mean? Because there's no debate without respect, right? There's no conversation to be had there. If it just evolves, like, immediately. Just like, oh, okay, all right. Well, we'll try another time. There's lots of people in the world to debate, don't worry. But hey, maybe we'll figure out a time, and it's, as you say, it's hunky-dory. Let's take a look into the Alex Jones stream. Told me he took your statements personal because he has suicidal ideation. So do I. And I'm sorry that happened. I'm sorry that I like triggered 10 minutes of phone time left. Ice speeds, let's go. Like, I'm sorry, but I think that's just yeah, I don't know. That's a him problem. That's a him problem. It's definitely like not. It's not something I intuited or brought into the discussion. Essentially, you are a disgusting human being. I mean, I don't know how you get away from that. It's very clear. It's very clear. For using trans people's identity and suicide rates to shield people from criticism. Like, that's not... Like, I don't know where you're getting that from. And you're saying straight up... I told him to call me disgusting to my face, and he did. So you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay. Alright. I did, because I wanted to see if his point was about me, the person, or about my idea. And he revealed that it was about me, the person, and that he fundamentally believes I'm disgusting because I had the incredible, the obnoxious, arrogance to say that a trans person might be at a higher risk of suicide. Like, come on. What are these? Like, what? Like, yeah, that's facts as far as I'm aware. I'm sorry, bro, that it makes you uncomfortable, but that's just it. Like, if we look up, like, what do we think we're gonna find here, everybody? What do we think we're gonna find at Stats Canada? Wait, I'm not moderator, so I can comment now. Yeah, actually. Let's just... Fuck it, we're doing it live. Also... Dang, now that I think about it. Oh, wow, okay, I guess I am getting a few... few views on YouTube. Poor YouTubers, they have no idea what's going on. In 2009, there were 3,890 suicides in Canada, a rate of 11.5 per 100,000. The suicide rate for males was 3 times higher than the rate for females, 17.9 versus 5.3. Very scary number. Let's see if we have anything about... Okay, that's not specific to... It should be like our trans folk higher rate of suicide. Something like that. I'm guessing Cece's argument is that her being rich would counteract the trans part of the suicide stat, which is what he was implying. Yeah, I don't know how that makes any sense at all. I don't know how that makes any sense at all. I don't know what money has to do with... Like, I understand being poor and desperation, but that's clearly not what's going on here, right? It's very clearly about online harassment. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. All right. Let's see here. And also we have a really... What? In 2009... Oh my god! In Nunavut, suicide among Inuit is 10 times higher than the Canadian suicide. In 2019, Nunavut's suicide rate was reported to be the highest in the world? Bro! Oh yeah, always. It's got to be the lightest music possible. Where do I go to get onto VC? Join my Discord, which should be in here. All right, debate with ice beans in. And yeah, Sen, you can pop off now if you got opinions. You know, feed the discussion. So where do I get it from? Here we go. This is from 2018, maybe? It's maybe because it's just... This is Human Rights Council. New study reveals shocking rates of attempted suicide among trans adolescents. 29.9% of transgender female teens said they attempted suicide. Among non-binary youth, 41.8% of respondents stated that they had attempted suicide at some point in their lives. Like, ah! Oh, cool. Thanks for the follow, Crit. How did I not say that? Bro, I'm sorry. I'm a bad person. Oh, he's not even here, but I didn't say thank you for the follow. I'm a bad streamer. Bad person, bad. I'll be talking about how terrible the moderator is doing over the course of the conversation. Okay, all right. Okay. Let me jump into Discord. Ice Beans, it's just CC? Cool, thank you. I don't know I haven't spent enough time. I'm gonna bring up, if you jump into stream waiting room, I can bring you on over to live on air. And I'm also going to bring up my video and all that, which means I'm disappearing. There's like so much to do. This music's perfect. So 4 more minutes. Oh, okay, cool. All right. I'll hold off. It's the only music suitable for discussions about suicide rates amongst the transgender community. A very serious topic that, honestly, at this point, I feel like everyone should be rowing on this boat. Like, this is becoming a very... I don't know, the Inuit thing is also terrifying. Holy shit, what is going on there? That's awful. There are steps that can be taken to help prevent this tragedy. Parents and families can start by learning the facts and educating themselves about issues that impact LGBTQ youth. Whether or not families have openly LGBTQ children, it's vital to make a home a safe and affirming place. Help me! Help me! Yeah. So this is kind of where I'm coming from, right? Like, when I think, like, this is super dangerous, scary stuff, you know? Like, and Kiwi Farms is driving it, so you are a disgusting human being for using trans people's identity and suicide rates to shield people from criticism. It's like, why do you think that's going on? I'm saying, if you're disgusted by the point that trans folk are at a higher risk of suicide than Gen Pop, and that may be relevant to a discussion about doxing and hate raids, you may have an axe to grind. I'm essentially calling him out, saying, your reasoning is motivated, and here you must now commit. You either commit or you walk back your dumbass reasoning. You got an axe to grind, CC, clearly, because no sane person would say, in a reasonable, like, debate, also, why am I not following totally, that, like, hate group sending hate raids to marginalized community at risk of suicide, like, it seems like we should be talking about suicide. Like, it's, I'm sorry. Also, she didn't get hate raided. I just proved that in the comments. And then there was another one where he's, like, straight up, I had to, like, post evidence. Like this one. Like, show me where. And it's like, here you go. And he deleted that. Did he delete it? No, this is done out of love. But, like, bro, she posted the receipts. He's like, where, also great tweet, Zen. This was really funny. I don't know why I didn't get more likes. It's hilarious. Like, I just don't understand. Like, she posted the receipts. It's really clear. Really? Heem's community's anti-Keffals? Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not a... Like, I guess I'm a Keffel stan at this point, but only because the most recent thing that happened is shocking, right? Like, she deserves that level of support as a public figure taking on a difficult issue as in an identity that's, you know, like, come on, guys, come on. It's a trans community. We all gotta have love in our hearts for them. So, like, there's a bit of leeway given. That doesn't mean she's 100% correct. We don't have to, like, valorize some people. They can just be on the right side of a certain particular moment in history. And in this point, like, yeah, like, come on, this is a really easy moral reading. Keffals was a victim and then turned that into something good. You were originally pro Keffals. Yeah, like, I get that people might be moving back and forth. I feel you on that. Like, I'm not, like I got mixed feelings as well, because I've seen some other posts where Keffels is going hard, way too hard, like way too hard, and crossing the very lines that sometimes like hey, don't do that. But at the same time, it's like I'm gonna have a bit more leeway for the marginalized community than the non-marginalized community, straight up. I'm sorry, white people, like that's that white privilege. I don't think it has to do with any of this, Sen. As far as I know, it's to do with her behaviors. Yeah, that's good. Also, I can't even say BC. I don't pay a lot of attention to weird inter-streamer bullshit. Yeah, I rarely do this kind of stuff. But y'all seem entertained, so, you know, it's led to some interesting conversations. But yeah, it just seems like CC is kind of wrong on some of the facts. I don't know why he doesn't think this is a hate raid. A raid by police that they apologized for, that was done by a known hate community. Help me, Ice Beans. You're our only hope. Make it make sense. Yeah, and I'm just like, I'm not excusing her behavior. I'm just like genuinely confused where this is coming from. Okay, so when you say hate raid, he might think you're talking about when she said Destiny hate raided her. Okay, that's news to me. You're in right now, so let me drop the music a bit because it's been very lovely. I'm gonna jump into stream. I just gotta crash my video first, so just be patient, chat. Streamer things. Yeah, Carol Baskin. It was the police were duped into raiding Keffels. This is generally what I would call a hate raid, because they were not, like, they were duped. They were tricked into it. Like, it was motivated by hateful people. Okay. I'm up on Discord. Gonna bring in Ice Beans in just a second. That could be Sen, that could be a really interesting, how do you call it? Inflection point? Where's Discord? ¿Dónde estás el Discord? Hate raid implies something very different. Okay, so it looks like I'll have to look into that, because hate raid might mean like a Twitter, like a Twitch hate raid, right? There it is. There it is. Okay, let me just pull up my camera. Okay, we're gonna bring Ice Beans in, see if Ice Beans can help us understand this better. I just have, I think I know how this works. I'm learning, chat. I'm learning, chat. Invite people. Invite Ice Beans. Invite sent. Ice Beans, you should have gotten a request to jump the Discord. Y'all so spicy. Y'all so spicy. Accepted. Why do I not see you? Now, there we go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe if you stream.
Yeah, I gotta fix some audio stuff on my end. Give me half a sec. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. How was your shift?
Oh, it was fine. I mean, I'm still working. I'm just on my lunch break.
Oh, okay, cool.
And I'm off phones, so.
Okay, I'll drop your camera then.
Oh, yeah, I could turn my camera.
Oh, sure. Ice Beans is quiet, so let's fix that. That's probably a problem on my end. That's a problem on my end. Don't worry about it, Ice Beans. How's that, everybody? Okay, so help me make it make sense. Ice Beans.
Okay, so hold on. Let me.
I'll even kill the music. Yeah.
Leave it down for dramatic effect. Okay, so before I start though, are you fine with like essentially me doing what I said earlier, where I would rather like plug the holes, so to speak?
Yeah. as much understanding as you can provide. I'm here for it. You know.
Okay.
Any like gaps you see, for sure.
Okay, so
Taking notes.
basically, taking notes. So basically, like I think that the biggest disconnect I think is, oh here, camera's on.
Camera. Yeah.
Very
Nice.
cool.
How's it going?
Hey. So I think the biggest disconnect is essentially where Cece is. I don't think it's that he is taking. I don't think he disagrees with you in the point where like that suicide rates are that's a risk factor.
Sure.
Essentially his whole, and and I kind of know a little bit of how CC feels on this. I am going to let him speak for himself, but essentially it's to do with the fact that Keffels can't take like no criticism can be levied against Keffels because what gets brought out in defense is that suicide stat. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
So like, so not like whether or not like, so essentially when you say like, okay, this is how it's relevant, and then look at all the stats for it, like that doesn't essentially answer his question, which is even if she does something that's criticism worthy, it can't be applied to her because she's trans, and so she has all
plot armor, right?
Right. So that's where the frustration comes, I think, for CC. And then I think that then y'all got into a whole thing where basically y'all called each other disgusting. Like
I did not call him disgusting. I said he took a bad take.
I would say that sounded a little goaty though. I'm just gonna say, like, essentially, like goaded him
into it.
Yeah.
Sure. Fair enough. Yeah.
Like,
fair.
I don't think that I don't think that he actually truly believes that statement that you said. You know what I mean? Where I'm gonna try to find that statement.
Yeah. Okay. That might help explain it, because I've heard of people getting frustrated that like you can't criticize Keffels because she's got so much support, but that's kind of like that's what social currency is, right? That's part of why it was so hard to bring down Prince Andrew or any of these horrible. I'm not saying Keffels is bad and evil, but that is part of that's what clout is, essentially.
Right. Yeah, and I don't think that like essentially, I think that CC has his reasons for not.
Oh, CC's here. Yo, CC,
oh,
you
hey.
want to just come in? Or are you still driving?
Well, I'm assuming he's probably not going to be able to come on stream either, though.
No, but in all cases, if CC chimes up in chat, then we obviously defer, just kind of like catch up. And he's saying, just because the Gen Pop has a 41% higher likelihood doesn't mean that each individual person is at 41% higher likelihood. Sure. Yeah, sure.
I think is, and here's the other thing with that, right? I don't think that in itself is like, that's almost sort of like not relevant here, because I do agree with you that you can't really know what's going on with the individual person, regardless of what it says what the studies say their risk factors are, right? Like, because like you said, just because you have a risk factor doesn't mean that you are protected against other risk factors. Does that make sense?
Just because you have a risk factor doesn't mean you're protected from other risk factors.
Sure. Okay, or the reverse is, okay, let's just say that, for example,
it just
if you
seems
have a
very
person
relevant. Yeah.
It does seem relevant, but okay, so here's an example that's not related to any of this that might make more sense. Okay, so you know how people who are
CC says, has anyone ever had a girlfriend say if you left them, they would kill them, they would unalive themselves? It's that vibe.
Right.
Like emotional manipulation? Like
wait, if you don't mind, follow my just follow my reasoning on this, Stacey. So basically, if you have a person who has just lost a loved one, right? Like statistically, they're more likely to be easily manipulated into joining like a cult that says that their loved one will come back to life or some shit, right? And that risk factor is they just lost a loved one. But just because you have all your loved ones, if you're someone who have all your loved ones alive with you, you're still able to be manipulated by that cult. It's just you can't essentially bank on the fact that, oh, I haven't lost any loved ones, therefore I'm not going to ever be manipulated by this cult. Like, you can't fool yourself into thinking that you're protected against that. And so in the same way, just because Kettles is rich or anything else, you can't say that she isn't subject to these risk factors. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's a good characterization. What do you think, Cece?
I mean, I think that we almost, this sounds weird to say, but we almost have to remove Keffels from this entire situation and just focus on the actual thing that you believe. Because I think that Keffels is a very, for lack of a better word,
polarizing.
I would say it's almost like poisoning the conversation that you're having. Because essentially y'all have very different views on Keffels and Keffels' behavior maybe. And I would need to hear it again. I'm not sure. I'll try to phrase it a different way next time I try this.
Here. Often, my favorite thing in debate is just when someone repeats what someone else said, and that way you can say, I understood you. So, Ice Beans, what you're saying is just because Keffels has, let's say, done well, has some clout, maybe has a supportive community, doesn't mean that she is not still at risk to this risk factor, which is suicide, that appears to be prevalent in this community. Is that a fair characterization?
No, that is exactly. But here's the thing: is that my second point is essentially that because we're talking about Keffels, it's poisoning the like. Does that make sense? Because somebody would just reply, okay, well, but then Keffels this and Keffels that.
Well, I think I don't know. I'll split with you on that one, Ice Beans, because I think part of why we talk about particular characters or figures is trying to see that whole thread, see how moral are they being in this instance in comparison to their context and their history, and we can swap Keffels out for someone else, but we might lose some of that complexity where Keffels has done some bad things, and so people feel a bit mixed about it. But now we got a new situation. How do you balance it? But I take your point. It's sometimes just not helpful.
I mean, no, I think that the reason that I say that I'm not saying cut her out of the conversation entirely. I mean, cut her out of the conversation just long enough for y'all to establish what y'all actually believe,
right?
And then bring Keffels back in.
That makes a lot of sense.
And say that okay, well, in this case, this is how I feel about it because of these contextual issues.
Yeah, CC is saying, I totally disagree because that's what risk mitigation is. A lot of these people are going to be people already in the worst situations, which...
No, and I agree. I agree with that. Well, I agree in that in the sense that... Hold on. I agree with that in the sense that, there might be people in worse situations. And, maybe Keffels is in a better place to risk mitigate, but we don't know that for sure. Just because she has one factor doesn't mean that she has any of the other factors that would facilitate that risk mitigation.
Right. Yeah, I think it's a bit... Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say that essentially to speak to Cece's point about essentially if you're on the online community, just going offline, kind of just touch grass, by pet,
exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
We don't know where Keffels' support network is, and we don't have any information as to what her actual support network. Okay, so for example, my support network is mostly offline, but there's a good bit of it that's online. So for me to just go offline, it doesn't I could get by with the offline support network, but it might not be enough. And that's someone who has both, right? So in her case, if all of her support network or most of her support network is online, then telling her to just go offline isn't going to really work.
Oh, okay. So CC responds,
my point,
and right. I'm gonna reply to this. My point was get out of the spaces causing harm, not just offline. I think this is a good in because, from my perspective, if you are talking about an arms race between horrible people on kiwi farms and trans folk or weird folk, as we saw with the story of, oh God, I'm gonna forget her name, Dream or Dean or the person who committed suicide, the trans person who committed suicide. Thank you, Near. If we're gonna say there's an arms race going on where there's attackers and defenders, I generally don't think that the moral obligation is on the defenders to get good. We should not say gazelles run faster. It should be like, let's defang the lions who are going around eating gazelles. If we want to like intervene as a society. And Sen says, "Be weird. Was your reason for bringing up trans suicide stat because of Kiwi farm harassment or to shield her from criticism?" It was because it's because they have a proven track record, right? Kiwi Farms has a track record that they celebrate of having succeeded at convincing, trans folk to commit suicide. So that's why I think that's relevant. And maybe CC disagrees. But yeah, that's kind of like.
I think that CC, and again, maybe CC can speak for himself. I think that like I can see where it's frustrating, where essentially that defense, the defense that you just presented, essentially is extended perhaps beyond where it should be, like where it should end, into essentially justifying whatever behavior she does, and that includes.
I don't know what I've justified though. Like, what bad thing has she done that I've?
I'm not saying you. I'm saying in general that's been used to justify.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think in CC's mind, it's like, well, if and again, correct me if I'm wrong, CC. Like it's like she hasn't taken steps to essentially limit the I don't really know what Keppels has done as far as
I do
goading. Well, no goading. Like if has she like goaded Kiwi Farms, for example, in any way?
Well, she successfully dropped them, right? Like,
well, no, I know
she
that.
led a huge campaign.
I meant before that, prior to all this happening.
I don't know. The piece of information I think that would help is that like, when Kiwi Farms figured out where she was in a hotel room and sent pizzas to her, and we're taking CC at his word, like the person on the defense should be hardening their security. I don't know what else you do besides go to a random hotel. And CC might say, well, she shouldn't have streamed, but that's her livelihood. That is how she makes money. And is it really the expectation that streamers have to have the operation security of like a spy? Like how far does this go? Right now, am I doxing myself? Should I not be showing you guys all this? You know what I mean?
Well, I think that's where it would be helpful to get like CC on, like in that regard, because I mean for that respect, I can't answer for CC, and also
posting
I
pictures
think
isn't her job. Streaming is quite literally her job, though, right? Does anyone here think Keppel's job is not streaming? Raise your hand.
Well, I guess it's just, if it's a disagreement on how she should have handled the situation, then I think that I don't think that y'all may ever agree on that, though. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and CC is like, you don't look at my OPSEC, you don't know the inside of my house. And it's like, bro, you haven't had that critical mass. Like the part I find most interesting about this story is the power of crowdsourcing. People were able to take an innocuous detail like a bedsheet brand and identify someone's location to threaten and harass them. I think if the same amount of people started looking at you, CC, or at me, or at any of us, we are absolutely putting out enough information for people to do the same, to send pizza to us. Streaming and posting pictures are different. No, it's because I don't post pictures of my house, lol. Yeah, okay. So same argument.
But CC, and I'm just saying this as like with the, I think I essentially asked a trusted person to essentially dox me and see if it was easy enough to dox me. And
really?
Yeah, essentially, like a streamer, not a streamer friend, like a person on the Heme Court.
Giga chat.
And well, because I just was curious, right?
Of course,
like,
it's a great question.
I haven't really created any waves yet, and like if someone on the internet knows my name, it's like okay, but like after this whole Kiwi Farms thing, I was like, you know, how easy is it to actually do that? And he was able to find me within like 10 minutes.
This is what I'm saying. Like, from what I understand, especially in the example of like the Toronto police versus the Peterborough police, I believe it was, or no, it was London police. They behaved differently. The Toronto police were almost tricked into doing a hate raid, but I guess it's just a raid, not a hate raid. And they successfully sussed it out. They're like, no way, this is a fake thing. But in London, the police failed. They believed the fake letters sent to councilmen threatening their lives, and therefore did the thing that the bad people on the internet wanted. So from my perspective, the security hardening happens with police, not with individual citizens who are being terrorized.
I mean, I think there's.
Yeah,
I think part of it is, and this is where I do see CC's side of it, because it is there is a certain degree of, or at least, you know, I think that there should be a certain degree of like personal responsibility when it comes to things like this. I'm not saying like, oh, you shouldn't have dressed like this right now. Like, I'm not going like.
I don't know. We can take the same. Well, Hassan was guilty then, right? When Hassan bought his house and he got doxxed and he had to move, like, how dare Hassan, right? This is one of the biggest streamers who faced a similar.
Right, but here's like an example of what because I agree with what you're saying with respect to increasing the strength of the defense, right? Yeah. But here's an example that just happened like when I joined the club. Okay.
Sure, please.
And please don't take this as like a dig on you or anything. Okay?
Oh no, go for it.
But did you notice that when you were setting up, did you notice that Discord let you know that streamer mode was enabled?
I still do. I haven't looked into it, and I don't actually know what that means. Do you want to explain it to me what that means? Because I'm a dummy with bad OPSEC.
No, you're fine. So because you shared your screen and you showed your Discord, right?
Yeah.
There was a chance that you could have essentially, you could have been doxxed, right?
Chat, get out of here. Stream over. This is getting way too real, way too fast. Oh my god. Oh, there's somebody at my door. This is what I mean. I don't know when was I supposed to learn this except when I made the mistake.
Well, okay. No. Look, I agree. And here's the thing. In the sense that your information was still private because Discord has a streamer mode that they automatically set when they detect that you're live, right? Okay. Or that you're on camera or something like that. Right. So I have it right now.
What do you have?
Well, actually, hold on.
Wait.
Well, actually, no. I think I have to be streaming for it.
Wait, when you say I have it right now, you don't mean my personal information, do you?
No. I know where you live, and I'm sending pizza to you right
now.
Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, no, exactly.
What kind of pizza you like? I'm gonna send you the exact opposite.
Quebecois.
Quebecois.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so hold on. Let me pull up Discord streaming.
Terrifying. This is the part of the internet that I'm like fascinated by, but also terrified. I would love to learn how to be a pen tester. I just don't know if I like. It's so much work. It's so much knowledge you have to learn.
Okay, so basically exactly. Okay, so this is what I mean by so now that you know it, and you didn't know, Discord protected you in that instance, but now that you know, it's on you to maybe change the way that you bring callers in and set up this stuff so that maybe it's not done on screen, or you know what I mean. So I think that's where a lot of the criticism for Keffels is coming from, where it's kind of a known thing with kiwi farms that like if you goad them, they will come. Like I know that's why even people like Vosh, for example, Vosh is the only example that I can take off the top of my head, but like of course I'm sure Vosh has a Kiwi Farms page, but he's not going to ever address that Kiwi Farms page because it just puts the spotlight on him.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, this just makes Keffels way cooler. Because it means that Keffels went at the king, did not miss, knew that they were messing with a very serious thing, tried their best to harden their security, failed, proving that Kiwi Farms is actually as dangerous and as powerful as people make it out to be, and ultimately succeeded. Like, for me, that's a massive W.
I don't think that I don't think that I mean, I think that the fact that Kiwi Farms was taken down, I think that that is a good thing. I think that it's one of the few sites that I can actually say like need to not be on the internet. Maybe there will be more Kiwi Farms websites in the future. I think that outcome was cool. Like, don't get me wrong, right? I just think that like there is still room to criticize Keffels for how she behaved because it's not a success story with everyone, right? Does that make sense? Like if somebody else took on Keffels if someone else took on Kiwi Farms and then failed and then were doxxed and had to kill themselves.
Yeah.
That would be, you know what I mean?
It's probably happened. I think like what I help, like a way to describe this is like we might agree in kind, but not in degree. So we might both agree that streamers have to harden their security, but where CC and I might disagree, or you and I might disagree, is just how far. Now, I might say Keffels did enough with VPN, green screen, or being in a hotel, but CC might say, no, Keffels did not do enough to harden their security or her security because she's still posting on Twitter, she's still streaming and all this stuff. Yeah, so we can agree in kind, but disagree in degree, and suddenly we have a conversation. Yeah, and CC agrees with you, and I agree with you. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're not saying anything disagreeable. The question I'm trying to raise is, okay, but how far do you gotta go, and why are we placing so much moral responsibility on the defender and not the attacker? If we all agree Kiwi Farms is bad, and they're all going way out of line to get their dirt done, why do we care if someone had bad OPSEC?
I mean, I think that's like I think it's hard to. It's essentially we're doing the thing where it's like we can't really hold the people who perpetrated it to justice. So it's like, okay, how could this have been prevented, right?
I guess my question is, and this is a question for you, CC. If the ultimate fortification is deplatforming and ending streaming, like that is very secure. Like, is that not the logical conclusion of your argument? Wouldn't you say like, oh, if Kiwi Farms picks a target, you should deplatform because then you will be secure? To me, that's just saying we should all do what the bully in the schoolyard says because they have the biggest, meanest stick, and everybody run and hide from them. Like, it just seems kind of.
I mean, okay, and this is the part where I think it gets poisonous with the Keffels thing because now like we have just enough information that people feel like they can poke holes in her behavior and say, okay, well, she should have done this, she should have done this, she should have done this, and maybe she should have. I don't know. Sure. But it's like it's not because to me it's not something that can be applied to other people. I don't know. It's such a specific example. Does that make sense?
Sure, I'm trying to abstract any chance I get. CC's saying, like, if the bully has a knife, I don't fight hand to hand. I mean, again, it seemed like in this analogy, like Keffels suited up, went to war, won the war. That's how I'm reading it.
I mean, I think the outcome is good. It's just that if it had gone wrong, we wouldn't be having this conversation, or at least we would have, but it would be like, well, she shouldn't have done this, or you know what I mean?
Don't we have those examples though? Don't we already have examples of people who went to war with Kiwi Farms and lost? Like, that's why there's a body count. That's what's going on right there.
No,
it's
I wouldn't.
Attacker, defender lost.
I would argue that those are slightly different because of the, like, okay, so for example, I can almost guarantee that maybe none of these people who tackled Kiwi Farms had essentially the, well, for lack of a better word, clout that Keffels had. I don't know, though. I could be speaking out of my ass, but, like, essentially, like, oh, okay, like show me another trans person that was attacked, that had a following, that was known for ratioing people and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not hard because Keffels is known as like the top tier, like the most. So we know that Keffels is at the tops in terms of clout. So most likely other streamers. If we boil this down to attacker versus defender, as I'm trying to do because it makes my argument better, Kiwi Farms has won 3 times in the past. They have succeeded in campaigns that have convinced trans folk to commit suicide. And if anything, Keffel's winning demonstrates a hard enough OPSEC. And the lengths that Keffel's had to went to, I don't think most people, when they think about OPSEC, are calling police agencies and saying, hey, yo, I want you to be aware that you might get duped. You might get duped into this. Like, that's pretty extreme. So I see all these extreme actions taken by Keffels, so I have a bit more sympathy for that, you know.
And I think that like, to speak to what was saying, what Cece said about if a bully has a knife, I don't fight hand to hand. I think that is true in the case of especially in the case of Kiwi Farms, right? Because Kiwi Farms
thanks for the follow.
Is one of those is one of those things where it's like up until they got taken down anyway.
Manjari 10.
It's like, okay, it's a really fucking bad site, but kind of the only thing that you could do right now is to just not react to their stuff and try not to give them any more information than like you know that you could prevent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well,
because
I see.
It is in this case, it is kind of like, okay, well, hiding from the bullies. I'll take ice beans. No, listen, the only reason I say that is because I put the priority, I prioritize the livelihoods of the people who are being attacked on Kiwi Farms, right? So sometimes in those, especially in those cases where they don't have the big support network that Keffel says, like, they should be keeping their heads down. Like, I don't know, I just agree with it. Because up until the point where Kiwi Farms got taken down, they just were not seeing any repercussions for it.
I think that's a good take, Ice Beans. I don't think it's ideal in a society. We actually don't want our marginalized communities running into the shadows. And it really makes me think about why Keffels is so necessary for this conversation, because she did so much ratioing, so much effort to create social justice, or whatever you want to call it, commentary, by just saying, F you, I'm bigger, I got clout. And that hard-nosed adversarial perspective was what won the day, essentially. What succeeded against what everyone seems to agree is a bully. And so maybe not hand-to-hand to knife combat, but certainly Keffels came with that level of aggro necessary. So that's kind of how I was reading it.
Right. And Sen, to, like, essentially the reason, you know, again, it's not my intent that this is how it should be, right? But the problem is, like, if you let it fester in the shadows, nothing gets done. It's clear what destroyed it was bringing to light. I agree, Sen. But here's the thing.
Not my fight.
I cannot, in good faith, prescribe that for anybody who is attacked by Kiwi Farms.
Same. Strong agree. Ice Beans.
I can't do that. Like, imagine me taking on Kiwi Farms. Even if I could go back and scrub every bit of information from the internet, I would still miss something, and they would find it. That's like, I have no doubt that that's what would happen. So now I'm someone who's I'm not even trans or, like, you know, vulnerable in the ways that trans people are. Like, I have a house, I have a job, you know.
Wow, look at this Ice Beans with the job.
No, I don't have a house. I have a place to live. Let's put it that way.
Okay, but, thank you. I was confused.
No, I do not have it. I'm not a property owner.
Ice Beans doing good.
Like, but even then, I would still be vulnerable, right? Like, in the sense that just what they could do with my information is entirely up to them. So I don't know. I think that Kiwi Farms was definitely one of those things that's like, it's uncomfortable to have to say this, but, like, yeah, keep your head down.
Okay, another question from CC. Also, thank you, Ice Beans, for coming on. You're such a lovely person to talk to. Why didn't
You're welcome.
Why didn't she move right after the docks? I think she did, though, right? Like, I thought Keffels is, like, out in Ireland right now. Like they left their home to go in a hotel, got pizza sent there, disappeared, and went into hiding, and then went to Ireland, I think, and is doing IRL streams from an undisclosed location. Like, that's my understanding of the arc. I could be wrong. So she did leave, I think. Let me check. I don't know how to check that, actually. Anyone else know anything?
No, I don't, to be honest.
That's my understanding of the arc. Yeah, like, the perspective of she should have hardened her security more. I'm like, bro, she did so much. Like, what else could she have done? She did stuff I mean, I'm obviously terrible at this. But VPN from a hotel, green screen, I'm not sure what else to cover at that point. That's about as good as it gets normally. No, she got doxxed, and then later the police came, and that's when she wants the money to move.
Okay, and that's okay. Here's the other part of the conversation that y'all didn't really get into, but I feel like is coloring the conversation, right? It's the question of like Keffels and the money, right?
That money.
And I think that I don't know all of the details other than that she raised about $100,000, and that people have had varying opinions on how good that was that happened.
She raised $101,000.
Right. What has she said that she is doing with the money, or has done with the money?
Quote, I started the GoFundMe after being victimized by the London Police Services for being the victim of a hate crime. I need to move immediately, recoup my losses, and to build a legal fund to protect my rights. End quote.
Okay.
Actually, this is helpful. I have been subject to emotional damages, financial damages, blatant violations of the Human Rights Act, and discrimination against me on the basis of gender identity and expression. End quote.
Okay, so that was on the original GoFundMe. Since then, what has she posted anything, or has she explained, or done anything to that degree? If that makes sense.
Well, the big news from that was the London Police Services said sorry. Like that was one of the big major results was they said we have egg on our face. We shouldn't have been doing this. We're reviewing our policies, all that. And then I think Keffels left to Ireland, from what I understand. Let's figure it out.
Right. Now, I'm not necessarily part of this. Like, I know that quite a few people, especially from Destiny's community, have a lot of opinions on that money and how it's being used. And I'm not necessarily going to speak to that because I don't have that information, but I feel like that's something that colors the whole conversation.
Could you elaborate more? Because from my perspective, it's plain as plain day. Somebody's house burns down, somebody gets victimized, they ask their community for help, they get the amount of help in relationship to how outrageous the situation is and how much people like them, how much clout they have. It's just I
think that okay, so for example, this is one way that I know that it gets colored. Essentially, people were trying to pick apart the basis of her legal action.
Yeah, F-bombs coming in hot.
Oh, F-bombs.
Yeah, like 100K is not a lot of money, all things considered. Lawyers are extremely expensive, and if you want to know if you have a case, no lawyer's gonna be like, yeah, I work on contingency. It's like, no, give me a couple grand straight up and we'll look into it to see if we have a case for human rights violations. Once the police say we're sorry, the suit goes away, and maybe you just ask for 100K and now you don't have any lawyer fees. And then we got a really sticky question. Well, does Keffels deserve this 100K, even though not all of it is going to legal fees? Okay, all right. There's some stuff around there, but...
Right, I think that's where people have different opinions, and I don't think I could really bridge that gap. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a gap that I can bridge, because even
not asking you to.
But like that's I feel I do feel that it gets poisoned. But I was gonna say, hold on, what was the other thing? What was the hate crime? The people do, I think, at CC as well. Like the whole clarification needed around the hate crime, what's considered a hate raid, like that all is just getting mixed in, and it's just I think confusing the. Not even that. I think that's why y'all had cross wires on Twitter, right?
Yeah, I agree. I'm learning that there is a distinction between. Well, what is it called? Swatting. That's the term I'm looking for. I'm so sorry. Mm-hmm. It's swatting. I'm looking for the term swatting, not hate raid. Every time I've said hate raid, in my brain, I have been saying swatting. Okay, that's what's going on. I'm sorry, everybody. It's my bad. The misinformation's coming from inside the streamer.
But in any case, I think maybe once CC is able to get on stream, or like I can talk to him, or hey, if Sen wants to tag in, and Sen can talk to him.
Yeah, because you two had some disagreements, but I guess we just really need to hear from CC when CC's available, because I run this in the morning. Even swatting isn't correct because generally swatting is a life or death fake call. Yeah, absolutely. That's what that was happening in that situation. Police got a call that there was a violent criminal who had threatened city councilors with mortal harm. Do you think the police were coming in? Hello, how do you do? Excuse us.
But
serving a warrant.
Yeah, CC, are you saying that it's not swatting? It's not swatting because it didn't result in like a life or death thing? Yeah,
Most pregnant pause
No,
pause in the
I'll
history of
explain.
stream.
Yeah, I
And the
think
most-
that's a good idea, CC. I think that might be better. Wait until we can chat.
Are you a morning, like, I don't know what your schedule is, CC?
CC's generally evenings, from what I know.
Oh man, y'all make me go outside of my comfort zone? No. Impossible. Okay, so we can try to do this proper, CC. I'd like to actually hear your thoughts. Do we swap Sen for Mod now that, you know, Ice Beans, we've gotten so much of your opinion?
Yeah.
And also... Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, because okay, here's the thing: is that all I want to really moderate on, or have the input on, is just that I think Keffels and your differing opinions on Keffels is coloring this.
You had a really good point about like starting the conversation sans Keffels and then bringing Keffels into it to sort of like be that variable. I thought that was a really interesting take.
Right, and I guess also probably ending when you realize that at this point y'all are just differing on opinions rather than platitudes, if that makes sense. Because y'all can probably both, for example, agree that you want to take like preventative measures to prevent your information from being used by like doxers, right? But y'all might disagree, like you said, you disagree.
Kind versus degree.
You agree in kind, right? And yeah.
Not a degree. Yeah, I love like figuring that out because it's nothing more annoying than watching two people on screen go back and forth, and you're like, you agree.
Well,
you agree.
And that's the feeling that I got when like I was reading your Twitter thread. Like I felt like
you read my Twitter thread.
Well, it was because Sen brought it to it. He was like, "Oh no, you're all fighting."
I know Canadians fighting. What a silly situation. We're a bunch of cartoon animals.
All right. Well, I'll probably be hopping off, but I hope that was helpful.
Yeah, that was awesome content. It was really nice chatting with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Super sweet. See you around.
I'll probably bully my way onto stream at some point.
Please do.
Okay. All right. Peace out.
Yeah, there you go, everybody. Lovely sidebar conversations with the spontaneous moderator, Ice Beans. That was good. Let's crash Discord. That is, again, doxing on my information, so give me an L. Probably be on tonight. Ice Beans did well. A few things I would add too. Cool. Today's really lovely outside. If you're on early, I could probably hop on. Otherwise, maybe we can find a time in the mornings. Or you got kids and stuff, right? So your mornings are probably absolutely roasted. Where's my camera? Absolutely roasted. There we go. How's it going, everybody? Oh, cool. My first Twitter controversy. Yeah. I never knew engagement could be this much fun. I should get into spicy... Okay, Sunday morning sounds good. Yeah, okay. That gives us some time to sort of think on stuff. Sen can get his act together. And I guess shout his opinions into the ether now so that they don't come up during... I can't remember who we were watching. We were in Heem's chat and we were listening to President Runday and oh god, what's his name? Majestic, something Majestic. who I should go follow because he's based. And the moderator, what was it? Was it actually the Surfs moderating? He was so hard in. He was like so heavy-handed. I couldn't deal. Wait, am I tagging in Sunday morning? Yeah, Sen. Ice Beans did a very lovely job of clarifying some blind spots, at least in my perspective. Hopefully in CC's perspective as well. And yeah, since arbitrariness is the rule, the only rule that we stick to. All right, cool. I'm live at 9 a.m. EST, so anytime after 9:30 until noon, I'll be around doing my thing. Maybe I do a music stream, huh? Music and then politics. We'll just kind of switch it up, have some variety. So I don't know. Throw popcorn. Oh boy. Yeah, we'll make it a big thing if we can get some graphics going. Sunday. All right, thanks for popping in, CC. Thanks for the follow. I hit you back, and yeah, let's talk Sunday. I'll see if I can figure out a graphic if I'm stoned enough and feeling it, and it will be done in the style of a monster truck rally, which I think you would appreciate. I grew up with monster truck rallies, but up north, nobody owns monster trucks. So during our winter festival, the town where I come from would put up these walls of snow, and everybody would clamber onto the top of it after like the end of, it's like the big thing, the last day of the festival, during the day, and people will drive their beat up cars into it and do a derby, with a smash up car derby. And I just know in like not even 5 years, we're going to look back on that the way we look back on the lotteries they used to do, where they put a car on the ice and bet on when it would fall through. So our small town just has like a bunch of cars leaking around in our lake because people wanted to make a quick buck, make some moolah on a bad lottery. So yeah, I don't know how I got talking about this. I still have a bit of news set up that we could check on over. That was a fun and different segment. I did promise I would be getting into the debate space. Golly geez, look at me go. One of the things that I should be covering that I'm surprised I haven't been is that Montreal is in the shit. Look at this chat. Oh no, my city. My captain. This is not pretty. You can probably debate me on a lot of topics. Oh yeah, Sen? Oh yeah? You got a bit of the debate bug in you? I'm not a monarchist, am I? No, fuck the queen. Anti-monarchy, man. No kings, no lords, no masters. I love that Montrealers bike in the summer, they bike in the winter, and they bike in whatever the hell this is. With his kid on board, no less. That's wild to me. I don't know what's going on in my city. Oh my god. Apparently a lot of Canadians are monarchists. Yeah, man. I mean, colonialism. They got rid of all the people who thought differently. Just like, what, you don't believe in the queen? Unalived. Their inbox is flooded. This looks like a metro. That sucks. I went to take the metro the other day, and it was not a fun time. I was almost late to class. I left like so early. So my city's falling apart. It's actually going to pieces. Okay, and I had a bit of news about free money. Everybody loves free money. So apparently I'm gonna get money. Liberals NDP unveils single biggest expansion of public healthcare in 60 years? Really? For little old me? I'm currently putting together a debate show with Ice Beans. Oh, okay. All right. I'm listening now, Sen. If you are putting your money where your mouth is and you're putting on a show, I will absolutely, yeah, I'm happy to help cut our teeth both ways, you know. I've been debating since I was a 14-year-old, so I'm just kind of over it. But I'm happy to have interesting conversations, and yeah, like any way I can help support you in that way, I'd be happy to support you. I really do encourage, I don't know, spaces where people can kind of understand one another. That's why I was so happy to have, like, Ice Beans' perspective was like, yo, y'all missing something. Just like, yeah, cool. All right, cool. Cool. Please tell me what I am missing. Like cash money in my bank account. Federal government is pledging a suite of measures to address affordability issues. I went out to get ramen. It cost me $40, and now Trudeau's gonna put money in my pocket. So that's you know, that's democracy, everybody. That's how it's supposed to work. Oh yeah, how did I forget about? Oh, I have a whole nother web browser with content ready. Oh my god, so much content. So we all know the British love to queue. Yo, imagine queuing to go see Ice Beans almost took an L. Hey man, if you ain't taking L's, you ain't trying. Wild. 30 hours? 30 hours. 30 hours. How do you... What? I'm sorry, excuse me? I can't stand in a line for like a few hours. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. That's not very good. I don't know, you think it's worth it, chat? On the one hand, history. This is kind of like the pilgrimage to the Kaaba in Saudi Arabia. It's in Saudi Arabia, I think. Yes, and explain yourself. How did Ice Beans almost take an L? That's a very strong allegation. It's also, I actually want to meet all of you, because the more I get to like see someone and talk with them, the better I understand my chat. The Kaaba? Have you never seen this? The Kaaba. It's one of the most important structures in Islam. Let me see if I can find a video. We'll kill this. So the Kaaba is like, yeah, you know. You used to live in Saudi Arabia? Oh, no shot. Okay, cool. Am I pronouncing it right? I actually might not be. Circumambulate. I only know this because I studied religion in school for a bit. No, yeah, how dare you, Ice Beans. Go away for a brief second. I did notice my viewers dip. So yeah, one of the 5 pillars of faith in Islam is that you have to, at one point in your life, get to this structure known as the Kaaba. It, in the faith, from what I remember... Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks, Sam. I'm like, wow, so beautiful. Ice Beans is like, oh, Jesus. Oh, it's the morning prayer. Oh, my God. Oh, I'm sorry, Ice Beans. That must have been, at a certain point in your life, I'm sure it was very aggravating. It sounds holy as shit. It sounds awesome. But, yeah, I've never... The man's got a You just tune it out? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the way I tune out church bells. Yeah. So yeah, people circumambulate this. You got to go around it once in your life. It's one of the 5 pillars of Islam. And from what I understand, Muhammad went into the Kaaba and rid it of all of its icons to other gods and essentially emptied it of iconography to say, this is where the one true God lives. And it's part of a broader history of humans moving from a polytheistic perspective to a monotheistic perspective. And yeah, like, yeah. It's different. What book? Wait, what book are you reading? Yo, where he at? The book is turned into more of a social club. Lama. That sounds fun. So there you go. That's the Kaaba. It's a really important thing. I have no idea how we got onto this. Oh yeah, the liberal plan to give me money. Should join us for a book club. I have to read 70 pages a week for just one of my classes. I'm very, very skeptical of any amount of reading. And that's why I send, like, I've had a Margaret Atwood book, the 3rd book of the Mad Adam series. One of my favorite dystopic series. I can't get through it. I'm struggling so hard. I'm like going out into beautiful days when it's sunny, bringing it, and like not reading a page, just like on Twitter or whatever. And yeah, school is kicking my ass. School is kicking my ass already. Like, I just started, and yeah, grad school is no joke. It's not fun. I'm hating it already. I have to read so. The first thing from one of my colleagues in yesterday's class was, there's too much reading. Do we have to read so much? It's the Yelling at William Club. Okay, I'm usually pretty checked out in the evening, but I might swing by just to say hello. Just to say hello. You don't need to read to come to book club. Well, that's good, Ice Beans, because I don't know how to read. So, you know. Okay, so a one-time top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit. Long-awaited first phase of Canada's National Dental Care Plan. Yeah, Lisa need braces, everybody. Dental Plan is a key plank of the agreement between the Trudeau Liberals and the NDP that would see the Liberals remain in power until 2025, but only if they deliver. A lot of like the backstory here was like the NDP were the kingmakers and they had to decide whether they'd go with the Libs or go with the Conservatives to sort of form government. And they're like, we can probably get them to do dental care. And I think the Libs like argued down universal dental care to like children under 12 and only a couple $100, but direct, upfront, tax-free. Pretty based. Like, you got a kid whose teeth hurt? Money. Just here you go. Not a lot, but only for the poor. Cool. Awesome. And would expand to include people under 18, seniors, and people with disabilities by the end of 2023 with full implementation by 2025. Okay, so it sounds like the NDP won. They got their thing. They've been campaigning on this for so long. That's awesome. Because my teeth hurt. Right here. Ow. C'est pas bon là. It's the single biggest expansion of public healthcare in 60 years. And this is happening like at the same time that in Ontario, Doug Ford is trying to essentially privatize healthcare. He's really pushing like the privatization angle. It's like, I don't know if that's gonna, I don't think that dog will hunt here up in Canada. I'm not too sure. 5.3 bill over 5 years. Poggers. Man, I'm just like, I guess after thinking about debate, I'm not much into news right now. Gosh, what was a good debate that was happening? I had like some content on the back burner, and it was the Schneeko stuff. Is there any interest in into Schneeko? I was in Rhizome's stream, and they said they were doing deep dives on Schneeko and that there's crazy content there. So I thought I would try to figure out if Rhizome knows his stuff. Streamed 20 hours ago, Tristan Tate and Schnico. Okay, here we go. New Schnico, Tristan Tate tells Schnico the secret to getting rich. I don't know how this is not going to be great content. Tristan Tate, everybody.
Why do you think people accept not being rich? Do you think that it's all coping? Do you think it's all brain?
Go educate myself. Yo, I did pull that up, Ice Beans. I got it in the back burner. I am absolutely going to educate myself. Thank you.
Washing, or genuinely a lot of people.
You don't want to hear anything about Schnico? Oh, okay. Okay, well, that makes it pretty clear. In that case, Alex Jones, everybody, let's go. Is the trial still going? Where were we on that?
One of their own exhibits just this afternoon, or earlier this morning. So, yes, I have a motive. You know what I want to argue. I showed you in my opening. I've been transparent about that from the get-go. But I believe that the door has been open to that, and you don't get to just give a whiff and then say, well, doesn't this smell? Without showing or letting the jury smell it for themselves. And if it's only 17 minutes, that's a lot.
All right, so I had written down 15 minutes.
I thought it was longer.
Can't we get the jury to smell this?
All right, so it's 17
Right.
minutes? Can you pinpoint any part of that or because
The
clearly
whole thing. Because,
there's no hearsay issues in that, in your mind?
I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, but for Mr. Jones' state of mind. Mr. Maddie's direct question was he wasn't happy with how the interview made claims regarding Sandy Hook. We're not here to litigate the truth of the matter as to Sandy Hook. We're here to litigate whether Mr. Jones caused discernible, in the cut claim, ascertainable economic harm to the plaintiffs, and thus far there's no testimony of that. And second, we're here to evaluate whether they can prove that they were damaged by Jones. That's why we're here. Most of what we saw in the last 2 days really pertained to a punitive damage phase, trying to light the jury up. And it's consistent with the improper purpose of the plaintiff's opening statement, which is we have to stop Alex Jones. That's no part of a compensatory damage claim.
So I'm not.
Oh, he's still on this.
Gotta stop. We may have a disconnect on what the plaintiff has to prove here. You can challenge the extent of the damages, but I think you just said that he has to prove causation.
No, I didn't. If I did, I misspoke.
Okay,
They do have the extent of the damages is clear, Judge. And then
Maybe I misunderstood. All right, Attorney Maddie.
Your Honor, what I heard Attorney Pattis say is that it's being offered for the purpose of establishing Alex Jones's state of mind.
That's what I heard.
Okay. Now, there's a number of segments in the video that have nothing to do at all with Sandy Hook. That's number one, okay? And I believe what Attorney Pattis is suggesting is that it is Alex Jones's state of mind in reaction to how his views about Sandy Hook were characterized in the Megyn Kelly video is relevant. So number one, let's just assume that that's what he's offering it for. So obviously then only the segments about Mr. Jones's statements on Sandy Hook would be offered for that purpose. Now, the statements that he makes about Sandy Hook have nothing to do with his state of mind in reaction to the Megyn Kelly interview. Those are statements that were made during the interview.
Right.
So they say nothing about what his state of mind was in reacting to it after the fact. The statements he's making during the interview are statements both about Sandy Hook and other things, which we didn't offer, which would be offered for the truth of the matter, and would be hearsay and can't be offered in the defense case.
Judge, it's a full exhibit, so let's
No,
not
it's
forget.
not.
Oh, not for here.
It is not.
Judge, I didn't ask about the interview with Megyn Kelly. The plaintiffs did. And so they come in here and they tiptoe around things. They put a full exhibit in. They open the door. And then when I say, let's look behind the door, they allude to, they say, oh, no, we can't do that. That's ridiculous.
Okay, Attorney Pattis. So I'll look at that since it's 17 minutes. How would I do that, Ron?
Oh, shoot. Oh, I just forgot, chat. I just remembered. Atwater Library is doing a meet and greet today. I am supposed to go walk down there and pick up some free books and register myself as with the Quebec Writers Federation. Okay. All right. I gotta get my. I think I gotta get my. Jeez. I gotta get my shit together. That was super fun though. That was a really great stream. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming on, Ice Beans. Super level-headed and smart person that you are. Sen, thanks for subscribing and subbing me, getting me up to my goal. We did it. I didn't think we could, but we did. Wait, what? Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll cover that one. I don't know how I don't. From 2018, March 25th. That sounds like something you found out about on Twitter. Wait, the omniliberal one? I remember somebody was pointing out that, like, how has he still got this? Woo! There it is. There it is. There it is. You're here first. Totally true Destiny lore. Maybe they got the thing. I'm sure if we go to the bad place. Destiny is live 28 minutes ago. Something to do with Keffels? Let's, new, not hot. The banhammer has finally swung. Big rip. She can't keep getting away with it. New trolley just dropped. Account suspended. On to the next one. It was inevitable. Time for a new account. No explanation as to why. I know that there was, feel like it was Keffels who was in a, let's see here. After previously sharing my, this is 22 hours ago. After previously sharing my docs with hundreds of thousands of people, Destiny is now threatening to do the same with my family. He doubled down and also confirmed who he was, and despite this, at Twitter support still refuses to act on the fact he is ban-evading and using his account to harass people. Citation from OmniLiberal. I'm no longer responding to threats and lies from Keffels. I'll aim to have my document on her finished in 2 to 3 days, which should be very spicy. If Destiny's gonna... Oh, I can't, eh? He's banned from Twitch. It'll be covering the lies and scamming she's been involved in for the past couple of months. It's astounding how much she's gotten away with up until now. Regarding the kafir, wait, what's kafir? Needs to stop making manifestos. I think they're hilarious. Yeah, we know that part. Oh, okay, so your eyes lit up at the word kafir. I don't know what that means, though. Is that like a bad term? Should I not be using that? Here you go. Here it is. 3 comments. It's a shit post. Just sounds like a shit post. I don't know. What am I missing? Look at the post that has... Oh, I should not have been saying that. Yeah, it's a shit post. Yeah. You got duped, Ice Beans. But a developing story. Developing story. Who else would be covering this right now? Is Jay Marianne live right now? Negatory. Denims is live. I don't think I can raid Denims anymore. I'm not in like her network. But yeah.
Just normal person. Just a total.
Yeah, I'm gonna go hang out in Denim server. My head is pounding. I had a wicked headache. Infidel? That makes more sense. That's what it sounded like. It sounded like bad word, but from the other side of the world. Where am I? Headache. Oh, Gremlo? Alright, let's go. Let's go. I don't even know if there's enough of us to raid. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with y'all. Brutal. Oh, be weird. Rating with 4 people, 3 people. Let's see here. Keffels raid. I could raid Keffels, but I don't think. I actually doubt I can. I feel that's not possible. And they're at 666 viewers. Let's try. Bye, everyone. Go raid with 2 viewers. Yeah, go have fun. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Stream Sunday. Fuck it.